friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. That's the chat. Glad to have you. It's been a while. Last time I was live was, Sunday? It's been a while, but, the Sky, thank you for that Prime. Welcome in. You might have noticed I have a new Twitch avatar. Let me know what you think of it. All opinions are welcome. Yeah, the lighting is different. I can't figure out why. And Cushenstein, thank you for that sub. Here's what we can do. We can change it up. Is that better? So this is a more orange light rather than like a white light. I think that's better. I think I look sick. Yeah. So that's what I was worried about. But what's funny is there's actually no post-processing on the image. The only thing that my wife did in Photoshop was to smooth out the background. But we actually put some green cellophane on a flash for a camera. Honestly, we probably could have gotten the same effect just by like bringing it into Photoshop and like adjusting the hue. But thank you. Yeah, I think I'm gonna roll with it at least for like a week or two. I think it looks all right. I don't know. The main reason I did it is because I'm also kind of like working on my branding, because a lot of people see Coding Garden and they don't know that it's just me. And so American 2050 says not a fan, like the brand logo. I get it. I think it definitely makes sense to have my brand logo on YouTube. Because I was looking at, like, when you look at other channels, like on your recommended page, this is where you see their icons. This is some weird recommended. But this is where you would see the icon. And I think on YouTube it makes sense to, like, have my logo. And then, but, like, on Twitter, where it's a bit more personal, I think it makes sense to have my avatar, because it's, like, it's me talking. Yeah, so it's like, like Twitch and Twitter are very, like, I guess more personal platforms, and then it's like, it's me doing the thing, whereas like YouTube, I don't know, I've been on, and Nerdforge is awesome, yeah, if you haven't subbed to Nerdforge, check them out on YouTube, but, my YouTube channel has been around for a long time. Fix the background noise? Okay, I really just need a new video card, because I could do RTX voice. And I'm not opposed to doing that. It's really cold here. It's really cold. What's the weather in Denver like? Let's see. 30 degrees. It feels colder than that in my basement, which is why I have a heater going on, and then the AC kicks on every now and then. I should probably just move. I need a dedicated studio. I don't have the money for it. I don't know. Yeah, 30 Fahrenheit. That would be -1 degree Celsius for all of you people that are not in the U.S. -1. I get it though, TerraWatt. It's good feedback. I know, and I appreciate it. I've thought about it more and more. So, not today though. Today's gonna be chill. Hopefully you can put up with it for today. What was I going to show you? Oh yeah, so like I've been on YouTube for a long time, and for a long time, like my channel was sort of like Traversy Media, and you see Traversy Media uses a logo, and then I also think of like Design Course. Design Course uses a logo. What about Web Dev Simplified? Does he use his face? Yeah, he uses a logo. So like a lot of the YouTube channels use their logo. But then you have newer YouTube channels focused on tech that aren't using their logo. They're like using their face. I don't know. I'm trying to bridge both worlds, right? 1 degree and hungry. Wow. Where did that Linus emote come from? Oh, it's on 7TV. I guess we enabled that. That's awesome. Yeah, logo is to build my brand, and that's the other thing is like my channel used to be called Coding Garden with CJ. I mean, you can talk about how they create their videos or like whether or not it's useful, but the audience is potentially similar, right, TerraWatt? I mean, obviously there's nuance, and I think that's why I capture a slightly different subsection of the audience, because a lot of the stuff that I do is a bit more off the cuff rather than prepared, which people like. But at the same time, like, you know, your average YouTube consumer might not actually care about that. Coding with Garden with Intern CJ. And thank you, Statney. Yeah, I was asking for opinions on my new profile photo. The thing is, like, I went through like 200 photos that my wife took last night, and this was the best and only pose that I actually liked. If we were to do it without the green, because we had a green flash, that might have been nice, and then we could affect it later. I don't know. I'm glad to hear it, Stotney. Yeah, a lot of people are receiving their stickers now, which is good to hear. Common Baby, thank you for the Prime. Are you new here? You're new here, thank you. Yeah, Shark Turn Up, thank you for the 12 months. The She-Boss with the 2 gifted. Stas with the 10 months. Hopefully you're doing all right, Stas. Glad to have you. The Sky with the 4 months. Cushenstein with the 6. And Common Baby, brand new. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Yes, welcome to the show. You didn't get your sticker? Hopefully they'll get there eventually. The fact that they've made it to other countries... What just happened? I didn't see it. Didn't you just hear? Oh, what? I don't know. I just heard a sound. Glad to hear it, Stas. Wait. If you won one of the giveaways, then your stickers are on the way. Barkmoots, is this your bot? That's hilarious. That's funny. What's up, Thunder? Can someone please explain to a backend dev giving frontend a try what's the difference between layout, shared, and component directories in component-based frontend? Sure, yeah. I'd be happy to. Actually, if you do !ask followed by the thing that you just said, I won't lose it. Because then it'll pop up over here. I'm going to try to answer some of the other questions that people have asked, but this is a good one because I can show some code examples. And really, those are all like general terms because depending on the kind of front end that you're in. Okay, why is this happening? Okay, I was about to say, why did I hear a noise? Thank you, Brixus, for the 9-month Prime. Appreciate that. Is the overlays and the drop game and the alerts are not visible on the screen. That's the issue. All right, I fixed it. Yeah, I agree with that, TerraWatt. Like, so actually, yeah. If you haven't seen the tweet that I did on the Twitter, I posted this yesterday. Do you know of any large open source active production grade apps built with React? I found several. First of all, there was an article posted by Max Rosen 2 years ago, where he gave some rundowns of some large production React apps. And this was a really good read, but it's from 2 years ago, so some of these apps aren't active anymore. So I went on a search, and I found quite a few. So I found WordPress.com, which is the front end for WordPress, Go Alert, which is by Target. So open source. So Facebook is not open source. All of these repos that I shared in this thread are open source. You can go look at the source code. Simorg by BBC. Sentry was one of the biggest open source React apps I found. It had over 2,000 components. It's a beast. There's the Code Sandbox client, Jitsi, which is like a video thing, Excalidraw, which a lot of people use, and OpenCollect. But the reason I mention all of this is because what TerraWatt was saying, purpose-based directories is the worst thing invented. Use feature-based. You don't really know the benefit of it until you see a really large code base. So purpose-based directories are things like literally a directory called components, or a directory called actions, or a directory called controllers. Because when the app starts to get bigger and bigger and bigger, that folder just fills up, and it's really hard to find things. So I counted them using just like a Linux find command. So find all the files with the TSX extension, which is why I didn't put an exact number. I have like an estimate. And also you can see. I honestly just need to do a video that is a deep dive of all of these things, because you can see how various projects organize their components. So let's look at WordPress.com, the WP Calypso. First of all, if you're new to coding and you haven't dived into big React or big projects before, this is a really good exercise. Click any one of these repos and find the root of the React app, because there's a lot of stuff in here. Yeah, I mean, you could say that TerraWatt, but they actually, like, this is one of the cleanest code bases I found. And it is a good example of, like, structuring React code. So try to find the React app in here. There's a lot of stuff. I believe it's in the client folder. And then, yeah, like, all of this, I think, are, like, top-level pages. And then you have the components directory, which are components that might be used by multiple pages. And then in here, every component has its own folder. Look at all these components! Ryan, thank you for the 13 months. How do you get Supabase social auth redirect back to a route-guarded path? Do exclamation mark ask so I don't lose this. But yeah, how do you get Supabase social auth redirect back to a route-guarded path upon login? No matter what I do, I just get stuck being routed back to my login page. I think you can do it in a route guard that checks to see if the user object exists, then if you're on the home page, redirect back to the page that you want them to. But do exclamation mark ask so I don't lose that. But again, like, look at all these components. Every single one of these folders is a separate component. And I actually like that they put their components inside of folders, because then they can group tests and styles, and everything associated with that one component can be grouped into that folder, right? Because then you have this one component. If you compare that to, like, how Excalidraw is doing it, Excalidraw just has a bunch of bare components in the root. So Excalidraw was built with Create React App, so it's actually a lot easier to find the components. Just go to the source directory, click on components. But look at all these components. And you can see that they have the style file right next to the component. But as you can see, the more components you get, the harder it is to navigate this directory. So I do like that the WordPress.com repo has folders for all the components. Yeah, I mean, it's like we need to be careful with our criticisms, right? Because this is an open source project. They're building in public. It's at the end of the day, it's a really good app that a lot of people use, right? Excalidraw is awesome. It's good. But there are things that we can learn from their repo. And also, like, I don't know the history of this project. Like, did it just start as one person that was interested in building a thing like this? Did it expand from there? It depends, but I think it's cool to see. So, like, when let's say you're a technical lead and you're deciding on how to set up your React app, looking at these bigger repos to get an idea for how they've done it is like a good way to inform yourself about how you want to do it. BBC and the WordPress site both have documents on, like, their coding standards for React apps. So if you look at the WP Calypso, it says the technology behind WP Calypso. This rundown is really good because they talk about how they've structured things so that they're not super tightly coupled to React. Like, they actually could pull out React. I mean, obviously it wouldn't be trivial, but they could, and they've structured things in a way that they're not completely dependent on React, which is an interesting way to go about things as well. And then the Simorg repo from the BBC actually has, like, a style guide for React components. So it says, like, avoid spreading props and use React hooks instead of components and various things like that. So both of these are, like, really cool info for, like, if you're working in a big React app and you're looking to clean things up, you want opinions. I don't know. I need to do, like, a dedicated video on a deep dive of all of these repos, because you can learn a lot. And there's, like, actual examples that you can point at to say, hey, this is why we're not doing folders by type. It's better to do folders by feature, because look how unruly it gets. I don't know. Yeah. Returning a redirect instead of throwing it, still broken though. Huh. I'll try to take a look. All right, let's answer some questions. Nesby says, we are 4 juniors and we have way better file structure than the last one. We have the WordPress structure pretty much. Yeah, I mean, it comes with experience, right? And at the end of the day, like, it also could be that the Excalidraw devs like it to be that flat structure. Like, they like to have everything side by side like that. But as you can see, as the project grows, as there's more components, it gets harder and harder to navigate. So, all right, let's answer some questions. How do I look, by the way? I changed my lighting. Okay, that's really orange. Do you prefer this? Or this is like a cool white, and this is like in between the two. So let's do this. Number one, number 2, number 3. One, 2, 3. Yeah, vote in the poll. Yeah, so if you asked a question over on this site, exclamation mark archive followed by the number, and it should disappear. So right now we're on number 3. That's no light at all. Number 1, number 2, number 3. Number 1, number 2, number 3. I don't use any wrist rests. Yeah, I just have my keyboard on the table. I mean, most people are voting number 2. It's like the middle ground. Okay, we'll stay there. Yeah, I don't use a wrist rest. I think the thing about ergonomics is you... what do I want to show? This. And then also this. We can get rid of the blur. If you're at a standing desk, you want your hands to be at a 90-degree angle. This is the most natural position for your hands, like this. I could actually raise my desk a little bit. And so if your desk is at the right height, then you don't really need wrist rest. And actually, it's not good ergonomics to like rest your wrists like this, because then you can start to get pains right here. So you actually want to have them in a more natural position. So mine just stay floating. I think the main thing is you want to have... make sure that your hands and your wrists are at a good angle, because if you're sitting too low or sitting too high, then yeah. The monitor on the right is just a preview. See? So I can look over there, and then actually I have another monitor over here. And honestly, I'm going to raise my desk a little bit. So this is an old IKEA standing desk, and it used to have this little plug to be able to move it up or down, but I don't have it anymore, so I just use a headphone thingy. It's not plugged in either. Just a second. Yeah, that's it. So, like, there's... the keyboard is at the perfect height, so my wrists don't do this, and my wrists don't do this. Yeah. Can we talk about how misaligned this scene is? Hey, listen. Is it different? Yeah, I think I just need to change the size of the chat. Let's do this. There we go. There we go. Okay. The cam needs a border? Oh, you mean like a border radius? Yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, that's not that. That's this one. You're saying this needs a border radius. I agree with that. I agree with that. All right, let's answer some code questions. Thank you for showing up, everybody. This is the Coding Garden. We're just going to hang out today. I'm going to do my best to answer every single question that you ask. We might be here a while, but that's my plan for today. All right, if you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. That question will bubble up. I try to answer questions for only people that are in the chat right now. If you want to ask a question, exclamation mark ask, followed by your question. It'll show up here. We won't lose it. And then if you asked a question, like some of these are from a couple months ago, if you asked a question that you don't want to ask anymore, exclamation mark archive, and that question will disappear. So this first question comes from Cushenstein, who says, what's involved in adding search functionality to your website? Example, adding search to a shopping site, assuming you're coding it and not using a CMS. This just involves database queries. But let's talk about some of the options. And if anyone in the chat has suggestions, we can talk about that too. So first of all, you just use the database. So this question comes from Cushenstein. So if you implemented this site yourself, you're not using a CMS, you just do database queries. Like if you're using like MongoDB, then it's literally going to be a like collection.where, you know. If you're using SQL, then it's literally just going to be select star from products where description like, and then you'll have your thing right here, like this. Yeah, what's up, baby? I'm louder than usual, but apparently that's as loud. It's the way that I need to be, because a lot of people were complaining that I wasn't loud enough. So you can lower your volume. Hopefully you should be able to lower it. Don't use no. We're gonna talk about why, like we'll talk about it, TerraWatt. Thank you for bringing it up. And so, like, yeah, you could do something like description. And then, I mean, okay, there are caveats here. I'm going to show you the naive way. Let's talk about the naive way first, and then we'll talk about better ways of doing it. You had your headphones on 120. That's okay. So with MongoDB, you can actually pass in a regular expression like this. And this will work, but you potentially open yourself up to denial of service attacks if someone crafts a query that gets passed into here. So let's talk about when you wouldn't do this. Be careful with the regex. Could cause denial of service. So if somebody passes in a query that makes it search really hard against your database, then that could be bad. So that's a thing as well. So with a SQL database, you can use the like query, and these percent signs allow you to. This is almost like a regular expression. So search the database where the description has the word thing in it, whether where it appears anywhere in the description. If you did it like this, that would be the description starts with thing. If you did it like this, that would be the description ends with thing. If you do it like this, that's thing is somewhere in the description. So first of all, what do we say about this? Please change the like to uppercase. Sure. Tell me, everyone in the chat, tell me what's wrong with this. What are the things that could go wrong with this? I will say that this is sometimes known as full text search in certain databases. I will say no matter what you do, you want to have like the columns / fields you are searching on should be indexed. So when you're for example, for MongoDB, you can actually specify that the description field is indexed. Now, it's going to take up more space in your database, but what that means is now when someone does a query against it, those queries are going to be a whole lot faster because the database is informed about what exists in that collection and on that specific field. Same thing with SQL. Like you would put an index and potentially a full text search index on the description field, so that way every time you search for the same thing, it doesn't have to recalculate everything. It's able to do that. Yeah, I mean, no matter what, you want to avoid injection. Whether that's SQL injection or command injection, I think that's a given. Like you wouldn't just pass the user search query in here, and you wouldn't just pass the user search query into the regex without escaping it. Escape queries, etc. TerraWatt says, nothing can go wrong if the query is sanitized, but it's slow, inaccurate, and doesn't take linguistics into account. this is a good point. Let's talk about, this is like the cons of this right here. So as long as you welcome in Physotronic, but as long as you escape this, and even if it's not indexed, it'll work, but the trade-offs are what TerraWatt is saying. So it's going to be slow. If you index it, that should help with the slowness. Inaccurate because I don't know, is this automatically case sensitive, or is there like an I-like? I don't know. It doesn't take linguistics into account. Can you expand on this, TerraWatt? Meaning like parts of speech and that kind of thing? It's already case insensitive? Yeah. Yeah. And so you can't index text fields. Postgres will throw index size error out of bounds. Okay. I guess you can index varchar fields. That makes sense. But yeah, like in a database like Postgres, text doesn't have a size limit, so that would make sense if you tried indexing on a column that potentially has things that are like thousands of characters long. Yeah. Yeah, and Danju is saying, like, if you have a small project, like, there's nothing wrong with basic queries like this. It's really once your database starts to grow to, like, millions of records and you have thousands of users, that's really when these kinds of things start to break down and you want to reach for a different solution. Yeah, and so TerraWatt is saying can only index if they are smaller in length. Yeah, those are the things that you think about. Now, the other solution are basically search products. There's Algolia is one of them. I also know of Lucene. I'll try to find the links for these. Yeah, so it's been a while since I was doing this stuff with Postgres, but I do remember coming across these kinds of things. Gin. I remember coming across gin. I forget what it means, but I did use that. Elasticsearch. Yeah, so I think Elasticsearch is Lucene. What's up, Drills? Welcome in. All right, uses Lucene. Let's find some links for everyone. So these are open source. Some of these are open source projects. Some of these are paid products that you can actually point at your database, and it will automatically do really nice indexing and allow you to query across your database and such. So let's look at Algolia. Generalized inverted index. Gin in Postgres might work. So Hasura, do they have a special search product? Because Hasura is built on top of Postgres, so they might just be using the full text search of Postgres. This is the other thing you might want to search for in your database. So like Postgres full text search, or MySQL full text search, or Mongo full text search. You can find people that have done this before and provide and look at some of their resources. But what we're saying is at a certain point, this is going to break down because the bigger your database grows, the more users you have. You potentially want to do the searching from outside of your database. But it is possible to do natively in a given database. Okay, so Algolia is a paid product, but you can point it at your database. Cool. Elastic is built on top of Lucene. So Lucene, I didn't spell that right. I should be able to find it. Yeah. Apache Lucene, a Java library providing powerful indexing and search features. So this is a thing, and then there's Elasticsearch. Here, and this is so I've worked with Elasticsearch before. This is really cool because it's open source. You can find a Docker Compose file that has like a Postgres database, the Elasticsearch API, everything configured all together, and then just start using that. So Elasticsearch is pretty slick. Yeah, we'll talk about. I guess we'll just put a link to Gin Index as well. And I've never heard of TypeSense. Typo tolerant search. Okay, so but this is actually just the fact that it talked about typo tolerant is another thing that you potentially would have to implement yourself if you are trying to do full text search here. Let's say the user searches for thief, but they really meant to search for thing. How do you handle that? If you just pass this query indirectly, then the results are chocolate. like if users spell things wrong, these basic queries are not going to find the thing that they're looking for. Now, if you try to implement this yourself, you might actually come up with multiple queries. So you might actually take the user's search query, pass it into a library that like fixes common typos. Like there's probably something on npm that can, given a word, yeah, the Levenstein distance. That's a good one. Thank you, Codex, and welcome in. This is a thing used for typo detection to see, like, given a word, like, so the fact that I typoed this as thief is because the key F, or Levenstein distance, the key F is right next to G, so that's potentially a common typo because someone typing on a keyboard. So here we go. The Levenstein distance is a string metric for measuring the distance between two sequences. This is a whole thing. And, if you try to implement this yourself, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. I'm pretty sure there's like common typos, like JavaScript find typo. Yeah, fuzzy search is another term that you would use, because a fuzzy search can take a word like thing and then calculate all of the common words, or like take a word like thief, calculate all the words that are close enough to that, give all of those back to you, and then you can use that in your query to search for as well. Does anybody know of an npm repo that can fix typos? Hunspell type spell checker. Yeah, so array of suggestions. So this, I don't know if this probably isn't like the best library out there, but this is the kind of thing that you could do in application code where you take in the user's query and then this library gives you back all of the words that are like close to it or common amongst it, and then you could potentially use these words in your query. I'm not even going to link this library because I don't know how good it is, but there are other things that could potentially do something like that. Honestly, if I would not want to implement this myself. I would pick a search product to do this. But yeah. And then Codex mentions fuzzy. Okay, so fuzzy search is built into, or fuzzy match is built into Postgres itself. Provides several functions to determine similarities and distance between strings. Nice. Actually, so this is built into the Postgres database itself. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool because you wouldn't really have to, if you're just going to use Postgres itself, you can actually literally have queries that do distance matching and stuff like that. Fuse does typo recognition and also gets context. So computer and, yeah, that's the other thing to think about. You may not realize this, but search engines do this all the time, right? Like you search for one thing, but it shows you commonly related things. So like Ryan is saying, you search for computer, but it also shows you web. That's another thing that these search products are going to give you that you don't necessarily have directly in the database, unless you start to build up your own library or dictionary of common terms. But this is just a bunch of stuff. Context-aware search. Yeah. It's literally more cumbersome to use Algolia than make SQL vector columns. Okay. And Killer says, I use this with VS Code. It auto suggests the correct spelling. VS Code spell right. Yeah, natural language processing, term-based retrieval. NLP, natural language processing, term-based retrieval. And so Redis is a key value store, so it even has a way of doing wildcard queries against its database. So like if you were doing this here, yeah. Oh, good to know, because so what I showed for Mongo right now is they have a document on full text search. They might actually link to this. But this does a full text search using the analyzer. And Gordon Lee, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate it. Cool. So let's summarize this and then move on to the next question. So, this question came from Cushenstein, who says, what's involved in adding search functionality to your website? Adding search to a shopping site, for instance. Assuming you're coding it and not using a CMS. So if I assume that you're coding it, that means you built the database yourself, you have all of the products for your shopping site in that database, and you want to be able to search across them. They shouldn't be, right? Let's see. They work for me. I'd be curious if like your ad blocker or script blocker is blocking the images, but all of the images are local to the website. I don't know. I appreciate that, Codex. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best to stay true to my values, but also be able to compete in the space. Because, I mean, if you look at my recent videos, they're not really getting more than like 3,000 views. This one got a ton, but like, usually longer videos get more views because people will like click through it and they'll stick around for longer. But if you look at my analytics, 90% of viewers are subscribers. So YouTube is not showing my content to people that aren't subscribed to me. So that's the thing I need to get better at. Let's take a quick stretch. But I think I can find like a middle ground, right? So like I actually, everyone that views and subscribes, yeah, I guess so. But yeah, and I know TerraWatt, but I do think so. But I have gotten good feedback in the comments here because people that so like my channel has been around since 2016, and so I have subscribers from back then, and some of those people, they're still subbed, but maybe like they haven't stayed in touch with Coding Garden, like what I'm doing. So some people mention like this is a good way to be able to hear me talk about stuff, but still not have to be in the know. I understand this isn't for everyone. I also want to work on making this maybe half the length, because I also understand that 20 minutes is a long commitment for people. Regardless, I wanted to show you what I did, because these videos, FizzBuzz, reverse a string, and find the minimum, before the titles were very straightforward. They were just FizzBuzz, reverse a string, find the minimum. But when you think about it, an experienced programmer is not going to click a video called FizzBuzz because they already know how to solve FizzBuzz. But if I title it FizzBuzz solved 4 ways, or 4 ways to solve FizzBuzz, then someone who's already experienced would be more likely to click on it. And I think they actually can benefit from it. And I've gotten that feedback. Like even experienced programmers, like me showing you 10 different ways to find the minimum or 5 ways to reverse a string, even someone that's been coding JavaScript for 3 or 4 years might actually find that useful. So I'm doing I'm thinking about how can I make my content more clickable by people that aren't subscribed to me. Same thing. I tried it. Yeah, I think that like this is the closest thing to clickbait, right? Because I do say but literally in the first 20 seconds of the video, I tell you what I try. I don't know. Oh, glad to hear that, Dr. Dogfather. Unique for JavaScript devs. Regardless, I digress. Thank you, Codex, for mentioning it. Because yeah, I do. The thing is, I know some people notice it, but also the thing is, we are. I guess you're right, TerraWatt. It is clickbait. But, I mean, if you're looking at the number of views, it literally has the most views of any of my recent videos. Am I looking for views, though? No. I'm looking for nice people that want to come join the Coding Garden community. Like think about this question that we just answered here, right? A traditional YouTuber or streamer potentially would, like, research this themselves and then give you an answer. A lot of the value of the answer that I just gave here came from the chat. You've got Codex, TerraWatt, several other people that have valid experience that can tell you why you would or would not want to do one of these things. You don't really get that in a YouTube video of someone just talking, right? Right? Yeah, I got rid of the gap. I think it looks all right, though. Oh, cool, Andrew. I've never printed a PCB before, but it sounds fun. It sounds fun. It's hard to see the forest through the trees, yeah. Okay. I think if I add by a senior dev, I think that's the other thing, though, is like, the moment I start doing stuff like that, people are just going to come in the comms like, you're not a senior dev. What makes you a senior developer? I don't The lack of gap is unbearable. Please don't leave TerraWatt. Please don't leave. Let me finish giving an overview of this answer, and then we'll keep going. All right, so they said, assuming you're coding and not using, they want to know how to search across their website. And the naive way of implementing this, and I say naive, not naive, like not scalable, okay for small sites. Reverse psychology. Yeah, that was the main thing, is in order to get the heights to align and to have the same gap on the edges, they had to overlap a little bit. Sites. You cut that so fast, Drills. Okay, for small sites, a few thousand users. Sure, you could do all of this stuff. Involves more work for typos, context relevant, natural language queries. Yes, a few, like, but think about this. Not not a few thousand users all querying your app at the same time. A lot of applications and products that have a few thousand users are not all using the app at the same time. They, like, maybe you have, I wouldn't ship it to 12 people. Listen, I've done this very thing for an app that serves probably like 10,000 people. Worked just fine. But again, like, there are trade-offs. Let's talk about them. So if you can, pretty much every database supports some kind of full text search or some kind of querying. I'm a bad person. Well, you know what? I still got paid, and the app is still in production, and people are still finding value out of it. So if that makes me a bad person, that's fine. Okay. The one thing you want to keep in mind when you're doing this directly in your database is indices. If a column that you're querying against is not indexed, your queries are going to be slow, plain and simple. So you want indices. And also, you want to avoid injection. So when you're querying your database, you don't want to just pass in what the user typed into the search box. You want to sanitize it. You want to escape it. But the queries might look like this. So in MongoDB, you can pass in a regular expression, and that will actually return rows that match that regular expression. But you also want to look out for regular expression denial of service. So this is when you have a regular expression that takes way too long to execute and actually slows down your query, slows down your website. You want to make sure that you're escaping any of the stuff that you pass in. You can also do this directly in SQL with the like query. So the like query with the % signs will search across and doesn't have to be an exact match. Basically, if the word thing is anywhere in the description column, this would return it. And then in terms of resources, these are the things you want to look for. So search for full text in the context of the database that you're using. So whether it's Postgres, MySQL, Microsoft SQL Server, Redis, MongoDB, whatever it is, search the web for a full text search of that database, and you'll see how people have implemented before. This advice on cons comes from TerraWatt, who says, nothing can go wrong if the query is sanitized, but it's slow, inaccurate, and doesn't take linguistics into account. So when I talked about typos, context-relevant, natural language queries, these are the kinds of things that we mean. So like when a user types in thief when they meant to type in thing, that's a typo. And if you do a direct search, they're not going to find that. But there are mechanisms of taking what the users typed in and coming up with common words and common misspellings. And that's more work. And the other thing is some columns, depending on the database you're using, can only be indexed if they're of a certain length. And specifically in Postgres, there's this type of indexing called gen indexing, and it could work, but you could run into issues. So that's if you're just going to implement it directly in the database. I probably wouldn't do this. Like I said, I did this before, but these days, I probably would just reach for something like Elasticsearch or Apache Lucene. But these are various products that people offer. Elasticsearch specifically is open source, so you can host it on your own servers, and they handle a lot of these things. They can do fuzzy searching, term-based retrieval. So the other point that was brought up by Ryan earlier was, like, if somebody types in computer, you might also want to search for like web or phone or various things related to that, and this type of querying isn't going to get that for you. So that's how you do it, directly in the database or find a search product. It's probably recommended to reach for a search product. Now, This is going to be more complicated because you have more services to set up. You potentially have to pay more for hosting to host these services if you're hosting them yourself, or you paid for the hosted services. So there's trade-offs to both. But this is definitely the easier route. It might just cost a little bit more money. And Stas says, don't touch it if it works. Yeah. Why is the status bar blue instead of green? What status bar? Please clarify, Oscar. Let's take a quick stretch. Why don't I see my drop game emotes? Animated emotes I don't think are supported right now. Codex says, they're validating me in my bad decisions, who says, you'd be surprised the performance of naive systems, and sometimes simple aggregating or job queues can provide enough relief for quite a while. Yeah, yeah. I don't think Fuse needs a set of list of index. What is, did we look at Fuse yet? Oh, Fuse or fuzzy search? We'll look up Fuse real quick if that's a thing. When starting a project, how do we decide what type of database to use? If you have relations, you probably want SQL. Plain and simple. Other types of databases potentially scale better, but so do SQL databases. It really depends. It really depends. VS Code? Where's the status bar? What status bar? I see. So Fuse is a powerful, lightweight search library. Cool. So you could check out something like this too. Cool. What's up, Taco Dog? Welcome in. All right. That was a good question. So this came from Cushenstein. Are you still here? And did I answer your question? Do you have anything else to add before we move on to the next question? Why do I use a bullet with the link instead of embedding with the name? Oh, that's just more work. When I upload this to GitHub, these links are going to be clickable. But yeah, it's more work for me to do this. See? Look at that. I got typos. I just put the links. You can click them. Do I use try data structure tree or try data structures in projects? I've never used one before, but that actually is a really cool the data structures and algorithm thing that actually absolutely applies to fuzzy search in the Levenstein distance. So if you've ever and piece of pizza, thank you very much for the resub, appreciate you. But it basically takes a word and then breaks it down into potential misspellings based on like the distance on the keyboard. So yeah, that's a thing. Yes, and thank you so much. I'm such a noob that didn't understand a lot of it, but that answer gave me lots of good places to look. Nice, nice. Glad to hear it, Cushenstein. I'll push this up to GitHub really quick. And then you can click links. Add search question. Is the She-Boss winning on gifted subs? Oh, here. Oh, I don't know. We could look into the theme and fix that. Put that on my to-do list. Oh, I should have created a directory. Oh, well. It's in here. It's called How to Search. There you go. Typing. I'm going to make a directory for today's date so it's easier to find stuff. My typing speed not in code is about 70 to 80 words a minute. Typing speed in code is like 40 to 60 words a minute. All of the special characters really trip me up. All right, thank you, Cushenstein. Appreciate you. All right, if you asked a question, exclamation mark here, it'll bubble up. We'll do this one from TerraWatt. TerraWatt is a new programmer. They don't know a lot of. They don't have a lot of experience. They don't know a lot of things. So they're asking, how do you use Google? I'll show you right now. So Google. contrary to popular belief, is not the internet. And you actually don't need to go to Google to go to a website. And Throwguts, thank you very much for the Prime. If you want to go to a website, you can just type it in, like twitch.tv/codinggarden. That'll get you there. You don't need Google for that. But Google does let you search things that are on the internet. So for instance, if you want to know how to use Google, you could type into Google, how do I use Google? And this is just going to give you a bunch of results. So you can see we get a video on YouTube. We get instant answers. So this is what Google thinks might be the exact answer to our question. And then we also get links to various websites that have mentioned, how do I use Google? So you can even use Google to learn how to use Google. Thank you for your question, TerraWatt. And Shulman, thank you for the 5 gifted. You're too kind. Oh, you're beating the Shibas by 3 subs now. Also, if you want to mess with people, let me Google that for you. Is a really good website. It's LMGT4Y. Is this it? The Shibas. We've got a gifted sub war. Thank you, the Shibas. I appreciate you. Yeah, this is fun. So if somebody asks something, you can you can send them here and it animates typing it into Google. What the heck is gprivate.com? That seems weird. That seems weird. All right, this question comes from Ryan. How do you get Supabase social auth to redirect back to a route guarded path upon login? There's a glare on my screen? Where? Oh. I can fix that. Give me a second. I mean, it's just the blue screen that isn't kicking in. Give me a second. Shield your eyes if you're watching me on a TV. It's about to get really bright. This is your warning in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's better. I can't reach as far, but that's better. I did upgrade my laptop. Yeah, I haven't updated the frequently asked questions, but I'm using the Mark Boots. Thank you very much for the gift to the Omni King. Nice. I'm using the 2020 M1 Pro 14-inch. Did I miss anything else? Yeah. You can open your eyes now. Yep. Okay, so Ryan says they're using Supabase social auth. So if you haven't heard of Supabase, it's a service that it's like a backend as a service, database as a service that also has real time built into it, and they have some other products like hosted auth. So you can integrate this to your site, and they manage all of the password reset emails. They manage your users. And Stas with the gift, thank you. You're too kind. You're too kind. And congrats to Dark Coder. I haven't tried that yet, Dr. Dog. We set up Postgres on Docker, and that worked just fine the other day. I don't know about MySQL. This is the 2020, yeah, M1 Pro. Mainly because I wanted the HDMI port and the SD card reader. And MagSafe. Look at this. Look at that. Or this. I wanted the MagSafe charger, which is on the 2020. Now, they did just announce the new MacBooks, the M2 Pro or whatever it is, but I'm not gonna upgrade this. Like, I've been editing video on this, and it's fantastic. Like, it works so great. It renders quickly. The battery doesn't die quickly. Like, I'm gonna be using this for another 7 years. I used the MacBook Pro 2015 for 7 years. I'm gonna use this one for 7 years. I'm gonna use this one till it doesn't work anymore. Do I recommend Supabase? It depends. It depends. I haven't built anything big with it. I like that it's Postgres. And at the end of the day, like if you feel like you don't like the stuff on Supabase, you literally can just keep building with Postgres and you haven't lost that aspect of your app. I think you can self-host it. I have never done that myself. Some people have talked about like, and Shulman, thank you for the gift. Now they're tied. The war is over. The war is over. Some people have talked about how it potentially like doesn't scale for like lots. Like if you have a real-time app with like thousands and thousands of simultaneous users. I don't know. I haven't tested it. People have run benchmarks. But here's the thing. Look at the pricing. For free, you can have up to 50,000 monthly active users. That's kind of crazy on the free tier to like test things out. And then for $25 a month, you can have 100,000 monthly active users. Now, that doesn't say anything about will the app be slow for 100,000 simultaneous users or anything like that. But the pricing seems nice, and their documentation is really good, and it's built on Postgres, so it seems fine. Like, it seems fine. Seems fine. All right, but specifically, we're talking about the authentication piece. Let's look at their docs. And the Sky. Thank you for the bits. Presumably, you'd have one user. Well, no, because of the way Supabase works, where you can actually write client-side code that talks to your database, but that client-side code actually is secure because of their row level security. So row level security is built into Postgres, but they use that so that you're basically creating and all of it. Like this is just Postgres stuff to create policies on your database, but they use that as a feature of it. So you basically lock down every row based on custom policies, and then you can have client-side code that queries the database but doesn't have access to the things that the currently logged in user doesn't have access to. And I mean, this just sounds like an ad for Supabase right now. But I'm just telling you what I know about it. So that's one aspect of it. But the other thing is, if you look at their docs on it, it is actually a collection of open source packages. So PostgreSQL, what is it called? There's a Postgres. Postgres is an open source package for putting a REST API on top of your existing Postgres database. So Supabase is built on top of this thing. And so like a lot of the security features and stuff like that are just built into this open source project. And then they have like a nice UI and role editor and stuff like that that makes it a bit more easier to use. But yes, it is through a REST API. Okay. What we're talking about though is auth. And the question comes from Ryan. How do I redirect back to a route-guarded path upon login? No matter what I do, I just get stuck being back to my login page after login. So the way that I'm thinking about implementing this right now is that you actually have the redirect in your client-side code, or like you don't handle it on the Supabase side in your app and within routing. So yeah, so within SvelteKit, on your login page, you add another redirect. I mean, that's how right now how I'm thinking about it. That's how I would implement it. So you have redirect logic on your login page, literally inside of like component did mount or something like that. I guess it could technically be backend code as well. Let's just look at SvelteKit to see if I can come up with a quick example. Oh, did they change their website? There's less red. Looks different. So let's just look up redirects in SvelteKit. Using the redirect helper. Yeah, so I would do this inside of the page.server for the login page. Am I thinking of Svelte? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they changed the background image. They have to, right? It doesn't matter. But, so yeah, in the page.server file, in your load function, I think you can have the redirect right there. So you can say if locals.user redirect to dashboard. And so this is going to exist in your backend page.server file for the login page. Does that make sense? Oh. It probably is my dark reader then. Doesn't matter. I get distracted by the simplest things. Yeah, it was my dark reader. Does that make sense, Ryan? And have you tried that? So, yeah, so we saw redirect helpers. So redirect you can import from SvelteKit, so that's one thing. And then you combine that with your page, like your data loading for your page.server. Yeah, so do you mind posting that one file in a GitHub gist? So just post to your page.server, remove any stuff that you don't want us to see, and I'll take a look to see if I can spot anything. But honestly, like, that's how I would implement it. So like, not layout.server, but page.server. Like here. So literally inside this load function, if this user session exists, redirect to the dashboard or redirect to the page that you should go to on login. Yeah, so what was the question? Was it about like using Prisma or something? Is there any alternative to SQLize in Node to easily work with a SQLDB? I mean, Prisma is really the go-to these days. There's a bit more to it. Honestly, I mean, if you're comparing it to SQLize, Prisma is a lot easier to work with, in my experience. Another one you might look at is Objection.js. This one, and what TerraWatt mentioned is knex.js, which is a bit lower level than like Prisma, Objection, and SQLize. So knex, you literally write code that gets converted into SQL queries. This is not an object relational mapper. So for instance, let's look at like a select query. Query builder. Select. You literally write this JavaScript code, and then it turns it into SQL code. That's it. And the more recent version of knex actually supports generics, so you can have good TypeScript support. But that's way lower level than something like Prisma, which is an object relational mapper. But I would check out both of those. Yeah, TypeORM was a thing. The experience I had with TypeORM is that it starts to break down for more complex queries, like more complex joins and stuff like that. TypeORM really starts to break down. Prisma really seems like the thing that has captured the JavaScript TypeScript ecosystem. And most people are switching to that or choosing that for new projects. Yeah, I used Bookshelf a while back as well, but SQLize was so much better than Bookshelf. And then I used SQLize for a while, and I found Objection, and Objection was so much better than SQLize. So if you want to know my path of ORMs in the JavaScript world, I was using Bookshelf, then I was using SQLize, then I was using Objection, and now I'm using Prisma, and I suggest Prisma. And knex was intermixed in there. Objection is built on top of knex. So Objection basically gives you ORM features on top of the query builder. So yeah. Thank you, Electrothermal. Tried a few different things. Here's what we got. Keys, yeah, so we started using Keysly for our Dino project. Keysly is really cool. Really cool. It's like knex. Really good built-in TypeScript support. Honestly, though, we ran into some issues trying to combine this with Zod. But you can see you get all this really good type completion even inside of strings. So like Keysly is really cool for that. But knex has been around for a lot longer. And like TerraWatt is mentioning, knex has a CLI. The more recent version does have support for TypeScript. It might not be this good, but the ecosystem is definitely there. Yeah. A question regarding Prisma on their GitHub page. You want to link it? I never used MicroORM. It looks nice. It looks cool. Is it new? I mean, they had a commit from 20 hours ago. I still would reach for Prisma. Like the other thing about Prisma is all of the built-in stuff. So there's Prisma Studio, there's the Prisma migration, the fact that it generates TypeScript classes. There's just so much built into Prisma that you don't necessarily get with some of the other stuff. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing to think about right now, and that I think about. So, if the session exists, you are redirecting back to / or the home page. Do you have a redirect on your home page that redirects back to login? because those two could be conflicting with each other. I get that, TerraWatt. Try using Prisma on a serverless environment. What you really need is just a connection pooling thing so that you can point Prisma at, and then that takes care of serverless. I guess I haven't done that yet. Okay, but this is the potential issue. It redirects back to /, and then in your route for /, what is it doing? Is it redirecting to login? So you have hooks that will check to see if there's a session, and if not, it will redirect back to welcome. Okay. Here's the other thing, though. Is this logging that there is a valid session? Because if it's not, then the code that sets the session may not be running early enough. Get server session comes from auth helpers svelte kit. And so I haven't used the Supabase library for this. So it's, yeah, let me see the hooks as well. Because it's possible that the library is like using cookies or something like that. And then when this runs, it's not running in the, potentially not running in the context of the user request. So it doesn't have access to those cookies. What's up, Krusty? I changed it to my face because, I don't know, it's a bit more humanizing. I don't know. I think the overall consensus is like 70% of people like it. 30% are like, nah, go back to the logo. But I'm going to keep it for like a week. Is it possible to capture every request verb in the server endpoints? I thought you could do that. Oh, well. Oh, thank you, Krusty. All right, here we go. This is our hooks. Get the server session, event.locals.session equals that. If the URL is not welcome and we don't have a session, go to welcome. If there is a session, go to the home page. And so welcome is your login page. Is that accurate, Ryan? Here we can reduce slow mode too. I think we're on 10 seconds. That's fine. It's a lot of nested ifs, but I mean, Ryan's just trying to get it working. I'm sure he could refactor this to like early return and stuff. Welcome is the only page that shouldn't be guarded. It has register and login. Okay. So what is happening right now? Does it always just go to /welcome no matter what? Because if that's the case, then there's got to be an issue with get server session. There's got to be some issue here where the session isn't coming across in the redirect. I think the issue is the sign in with OAuth. That is going to have to, there's going to have to be a page that it lands on that actually sets the internal session and like validates the OAuth thing. Like, do you have a like /callback /OAuth route? Because that's the thing that will actually set the session based on the redirect. So as soon as the session comes back after the OAuth redirect, the route guard works perfectly. So what's missing? What's going wrong? It might not be returning the yes, he's logged in, here's the session. And the guard might be still assuming it's not logged in, my best guess. So as soon as the session comes back, the route guard works perfectly. So what's broken then? I guess that's what I'm asking. It's like, what's happening here? So you basically, this code runs where they do sign in with OAuth. You redirect them to the OAuth page. They click I agree, they click their username, they get redirected back to your app, and the session isn't there? This is a good to note, America 2050. Sign in with OAuth has a redirect to. So if we look in the Supabase docs, that might be your fix. They sign in works, they come back to the welcome login page. As soon as we navigate anywhere, we are allowed because the session is stored. I see. So they're getting redirected back to welcome, but then it finally kicks in. I think that's, so you should do some logging here. Like, wait, let's look at this route guard though. So if, yeah, instead of nested if, I might combine this, but I think this is right. So if we are not at the welcome page and we do not have a session, go to the welcome page. But if we're at the welcome page and we have a session, go to the home page. That logic seems right. But do some logging right here. Like, does this session actually exist when you expect it to? Like, does this session exist on the redirect? Oh, I see, Ryan. Yeah, so you're logged. But when you log right here, does that session actually show up? America 2050 honestly might have the answer. But the issue is, if it redirects back to that other page and the session isn't set yet, then your other middlewares are potentially going to kick in. But let's look in their docs for auth, and then social login. And Krusty with the 5. You're too kind. Why'd you do that? Thank you, Krusty. Appreciate you. We need API docs, not high-level docs. How do we get there? Hey, Jason, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We are answering questions, but right now we're doing a little bit of debugging. But welcome in. Thank you for the raid. If you're not following J. Langsdorf, it's always hard to remember how to spell your name, Jason. But if you're not following, you absolutely should be. What were you working on? Create and deploy a documentation website with Sebastian. Nice. What does Sebastian work on? What's the documentation technology that they use? Dockosaurus. Oh, cool. Yeah, Dockosaurus is awesome. For those of you that haven't heard of it, you've probably used some docs written with Dockosaurus. Slick. But welcome in, Raiders. Today is a code Q&A. If you have a question, you can do !ask, and that's going to show up over on this website, and then I'll get to it after I've gotten to other people's questions. Right now, we're trying to answer this question from Ryan, who was having some issues with social auth and Supabase. Kind of looking at their code. Their code looks good. I think it might just be an issue where the session isn't getting set. Redirect doesn't seem to be working. Well, that's what and so I'm trying to find the API docs so we can see where they pass in the redirect to. Here we go. Yeah, welcome in, Zubair. Glad to have you. Retrieve a user, update a user, listen to auth events. .5? Rolling my own auth. I'm just trying to find the redirect to docs. When the user clicks the, no, not the reset link. We want sign in user through OAuth. Oh, all the docs are all on one page. Yeah, sign in user through auth doesn't seem like it supports redirect to. And Ryan, thank you for the bits. So free debugs is a sticker that I sell here. But those aren't free debugs if you're giving me money. I appreciate that, Ryan. Yeah, I don't really know. My guess is this is the issue. You might also, so the library that you're using are these Supabase auth helpers. There could be an issue in this library. I don't know. Have you looked at their GitHub issues yet? No worries, Ryan. I mean, I'm not this advanced either. I just try to figure things out, right? Like, look through the docs, try a few things, log a bunch of stuff, and then get there eventually. Yeah, so at this point we're source diving. We're going to see, how does this thing get the server session? Get the requested Supabase client. Supabase auth get session. Honestly, you might try calling this directly to see what you get back. Because like they're wrapping around this Supabase auth get session in order to refresh the session if they need to, but on initial login for debugging, you could do this to see if it gives, if this doesn't give you back the session, that's the issue. That like, it's basically the session isn't set yet for some reason. Let's see, any issues open with session. Cookie not set 5 days ago. Make sure you use the get Supabase helper. Oh, is that the issue? Supabase client. I mean, I guess technically you're just using this. But instead of doing supabase.auth, where are you importing Supabase from? Yeah, so you're importing it from there. The request doesn't see the session, so it's guarding and redirecting back to the login. Okay. All right, I think I'm going to have to, I can't, like, without actually being in your code and, like, adding some debug statements, I don't know how much more I can help you. But it may, like, maybe this, using the Supabase client here is something else that might help, because I think instead of doing like supabase.auth, you might actually want Supabase client. Remote desktop time. You know, I've never done that on stream. And Kuzi, thank you for the 26 months. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Early in the week, I was lacking a lot of sleep, but I'm caught up on sleep. I'm feeling good. Lots of nice people here today, so it's a good day. All right. I think that's the extent of the help that I can give you, Ryan. Okay, well, I want to move on to some other questions, but if you are open to it, I'd be happy to do a VS Code live share session. Though it's, I guess, yeah, VS Code live share also shares the terminal instance too, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, Ryan. Yeah. You got this, though. You got this. Do some logging. So wherever the session is not being set, that's your issue. Fix that thing. But also, if you want me to debug it on stream in a little bit after I've answered some other questions, we can set up VS Code live share and get you on like a Discord call. I don't know if I want to do this because it's going to be pretty involved to like get Discord set up and everything else, but we'll see. But thank you for your question, Ryan. Thank you for the bits. Good luck to you. Codex says, I decided to go back to normal sleeping hours. 2 weeks of day sleeping was nice, but it wrecks my weekends. Yeah. Last weekend, for several days in a row, honestly, I think it was like right after I was sick. I started going to bed at like 2 a.m. And then actually waking up at like 7 a.m., so not even getting that much sleep. I don't know. All right, if you've asked a question, type ! Here. It'll bubble up If you want to ask a question, type !ask followed by your question, and I'll do my best to answer it. We've also got a lot of smart people in the chat, so if I can't answer your question, they might be able to. So yeah. Feel free, Ryan. You've supported the channel for a long time. I'd be happy to, to jump on a live share. Okay. Drill says, quick question. Was I right to answer PC when they asked for a PC or Mac for my next job? This is just going to cause a huge debate. And thank you, Calories. I appreciate that. It depends. It depends on what your job is. And like Oscar is saying, what stack do you use? I'm only let me set a timer. I'm only going to talk about this for 2 minutes because we could literally rant and rave about Mac versus Linux. It depends on what your job is. It depends on what you're going to be doing. That is a good point, right? If you're on Windows, you can use Windows Subsystem for Linux, and then you can get direct access to Ubuntu and stuff like that. And Simic, thank you for the resub. So technically, you can get Linux-like things on your PC, and PCs generally have more support for a lot of applications. These days, Mac has a lot of support for stuff too. I prefer the OS experience of a Mac. I like that I don't have to install something like Windows Subsystem for Linux on a Mac. Literally, Z Shell just works on my Mac. Docker just works. If you're using Docker on Windows, I do believe it has to spin up a virtual machine, and that's where all the things live. But you might not even notice the difference in performance. Yeah, it's really just a matter of what you're used to, right? So if you're used to Windows, you're going to be more proficient up front. You don't have to learn a new operating system. So I don't know. I think if you like Windows and it works for you, I think that's totally fine. Yeah. You're used to Windows and Git Bash? Yeah. And then you can also use Windows Subsystem for Linux. Now, you could get into the particulars of Windows Subsystem for Linux, because Windows Subsystem for Linux actually turns your main operating system into a virtual machine. And there's going to be people in the chat that say, no, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Look into it. People have done performance tests, and actually there's no noticeable performance issue, but people that play games on a system with Windows WSL 2 do potentially notice issues with performance, because you're literally running a virtualized Windows instance. Yeah, so you have to enable Hyper-V and then your Windows operating system. But the thing is, a lot of times people make that argument that they don't want to do that because they play games on their Windows PC. If this is for work, you're not going to be playing games, so WSL is going to be fine. I don't know. I think Drills, if you prefer Windows and you're used to it, I think you made the right choice. It also depends on what the people on your team are going to be working with. If you ever do any sort of pair programming or anything like that, it could be an issue if some of the people on your team use a Mac, and then it's a bit harder to get used to. But these days, VS Code Live Share is really good for pair programming and stuff like that. And then it doesn't even matter what OS you're on, because you're just inside of VS Code. Oh well. I think because it works for you, Drills, you made the right choice. You don't even need to ask me if you made the right choice. You made the right choice because it's your choice. All right, let's keep going. David says, would you take a job if they only offered the OS that you're not used to? Oh, so this is a very related question. Right, is that what you're asking, David? Would I take a job at a place that makes me use a Windows computer? These are not the things that I care about. I care about, is the company good? Do they have nice products? Is it run by good people? Am I going to be working on a team with people I like? Am I going to have autonomy and not be micromanaged? All of those things are, and also, am I going to be paid decently? All of those things are infinitely more important than the operating system. And in my 15-plus year career, I've used Windows, I've used Linux, I've used Mac. I just use what I need to. So I wouldn't turn down a company if they didn't use MacBooks. No. If the company only uses Windows, they cannot be good. I would disagree with that because a lot of larger companies stick to one specific operating system because it's easier for their IT team to manage that. When you start to have multiple types of computers and different versions of software, it becomes really hard to manage thousands and thousands of PCs, which is why at like Fortune 500 companies, they might only be using Windows or something like that because the IT department can support it, they can lock it down, that kind of thing. Now, these days, a lot of companies are like using both Mac and Windows, but their IT team has basically had to build out the same set of tools for provisioning and securing the other stuff. But that's typically why you see that. A special mood? Yeah, I guess it depends, though. It depends. I think it's not too much of a generalization to say, like, if a company is only using Windows, they're probably a larger enterprise. They've probably been around for longer. And, I mean, honestly, they probably make more money because Windows costs money to license and stuff like that, so... Yeah, and electro-thermal is like, and that's what I'm saying. They're saying the IT team struggles even as it is with everyone on Windows. So, personally, if you like the company, if you like the team, just work there. And the OS isn't something that I don't care about it as much. I can still get my job done on any operating system. 2x plus 5y equals -2. What is x? I'll try to solve this. Thank you for this, Oscar. I haven't used my overhead whiteboard. After I answer this, I'm going to answer a non-sub question. But let's see if I can do it. All right, the question is, let's use a nice color, like blue. Canceling your sub, because I'm going to do some quick maths. Okay, we've got 2x plus 5y equals -2, and Oscar has asked us to solve for x. Now, the way you typically do this is by trying to isolate the y. Also, I haven't solved a problem like this in a really long time. But what we want to do is we want to isolate that y. Oh, actually, sorry. We want to isolate the x so that we basically have x equals something. So the first thing I would do is I need to balance this equation, I need to move this 5y over to the other side. And you do that by just subtracting it. So you would say 2x plus 5y minus 5y equals -2 minus 5y. Right? And so that cancels this out, and then you now have 2x equals -2 minus 5y. Did I do that right? What did I not notice? Is this not going to work? But math people in the chat, does this make sense? Also, this is supposed to be an equal sign. No, it's not. No, this is supposed to be. Let me write that. So 2x equals -2 minus 5y. This is where we're at this point. Looks good? Okay. Now, like I said, we're trying to isolate that x, so we need to get rid of this 2. And the way we can cancel out the 2 is by dividing it. So if I divide this by 2, and if I divide this by 2, 2 divided by 2 is 1, so I now have 1x. So now I have x equals a -2 minus 5y over 2. And this is probably enough simplification at this point. You probably could try to simplify. So it's actually, does this make sense if you have x equals -2 divided by 2 minus 5 over 2 times y? Is that valid? Because then this would turn into x equals -1 minus 5/2 y. That is valid? Okay. We got math peoples in the chat. I mean, I guess can we trust them? But so this is the simplification here. So we started here, and we want to solve for x. So now x equals this. Yeah. Yeah, like this is all one thing. I don't know. It's been a long time since I did this. Where did you get this question from, Oscar? You need a second equation to solve x to a real value. Exactly. Yeah, you can't just why there's two unknowns, so we can't find it. This is the right stream. Oscar asked about this. Is everyone satisfied with my answer? -2/5 minus 2/5x. Yeah, so then we could solve for y in the other direction too. I fell asleep just like in school. All right, thank you for your question, Oscar. I was close enough. All right. Believe it or not, I have a minor in mathematics, but I haven't used my maths in years. All right, this question comes from Killer. It's a big one. Let's see. My question isn't about code, but how to deal with information hoarders. It's so frustrating and draining as a dev to have to gather information from those people. Where I work, these people are the project stakeholders who are engineers themselves. I don't even know why I have to talk to them directly, and POs don't take the responsibility. Have you had a similar experience in a big corporate company? Yeah. It's so unfortunate. Well, that's good to hear, the Shibas. Codex says, what's sad is I have a math degree and I don't remember squat. Yeah, if you lose it, you use it. But not that you can't regain it. I thought you were going to come to an answer. Given what I know, that's the only answer that I can come to. You can't simplify further unless you knew more, unless we know what y is. Hey, what's up, Daddy Ray? I just got a new profile image, that's all. The Riemann hypothesis? Don't know what it is. I do not like studying, no. It takes a lot of my time. All right, let me think about this for a second, and then I'll give you an answer. Here's the issue, and if you haven't worked at a large company, you may not have experienced something like this. But a lot of times at large companies, they are very competitive internally. So a lot of large companies actually have an internal like rating and ranking system where literally every single employee at that company gets assigned a number. So like at a company of 80,000, you get a number 1 through 80,000, and it's like your placement in the company, like in terms of how good you are. It also determines if you're going to get pay raises and stuff like that. But at companies like that, it introduces a lot of internal competition because people want to get ranked higher than other people. And so because of that internal competition, they need to prove their value. So they hoard information. Like if they're an expert on a specific internal system, they don't document it anywhere. They're literally the only way that you can learn about that thing. And it often has to do because of the internal politics of like who gets the credit, who gets the promotion, that kind of thing. Oh, thank you, Mitkin. Welcome in. So, Killer, that sounds a little toxic. I mean, it is. And Killer, can you tell me, is that how your company works? Like, is there a lot of internal competition? People don't like to share things because they want to get the credit, that kind of thing? Because I have dealt with that. Job security through obfuscation is common, unfortunately. Yeah, and unfortunately, like, the only way that I can think to deal with it and that I've dealt with it is you have to start documenting things yourself, right? So if the only way to get that information is through a stakeholder or a given engineer, after you have a conversation with them, you create your own internal documents that, and also like basically record and take notes on your conversation for them, and then post it in an internal document website. You're not employed by them. You work for them through a software consulting company. Yeah. And I've been on the other side of that as well. So like I used to work at a Fortune 500 company that was doing what I just described. And then several years later, I worked for a consultancy where we consulted for big companies. Honestly, it was nice to be on the other side of it because like I could see what they were doing and know like, yeah, that seems how it's going to work at a large company, but not have to directly deal with the politics. But that's kind of basic. That's basically what you have to do. You have to reach out to the people that have that information and do your best to document it. And since you're a consultant, maybe you just have it on your own internal documentation system. But if you do have contacts at that company that care about that information as well, they can potentially put it on like an internal SharePoint or an internal Jira workspace so that other people can get that information. But it's tricky, but ultimately you just have to talk to those people. That's literally the only way to do it. And Codex, thank you. Not thank you. Your favorite Kyle, thank you. But Codex says Peter's Law. I've never heard of Peter's Law. And then you hoard the info for yourself. Yeah. Ryan says, I feel like some of this auth stuff is information hoarded. You can find 5,000 videos. Yeah. Well, I think it not necessarily information hoarded because it is open source. So like technically you can go source code diving and technically you could implement the thing yourself. Is it the Peter principle? So I wouldn't call it information hoarding. I think it's just a matter of not well documented yet because it's newer. Why don't we have the same results? You should. You just won't see this at the top, I don't think, but everything else will look the same. In my company, the direct managers complain about the top level managers. The value of an employee doesn't depend on their, placement? And favorite Kyle, are you new here? You're new here. Thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Glad to have you. The Shiba says, I work for DevSecOps consultancy now and worked for Fortune 500 prior and agree with me 100%. Nice. Yeah, I think so. I think you're more so dealing with the issue of a new ecosystem and a newer library is all that is, Ryan. But yeah. Consultancy adds another layer to your issue. I would raise it to your client partners and let them know it's blocking you. Yeah, I think that's the other thing to do here, especially if you're getting in trouble because you're not delivering. You literally just have to make, and I guess this is a potential way, a workaround or a potential way to talk about this. And Nedbog, thank you for the bits, who says, I'm blue, dabba-dee. That's a way that you can show the company that you're consulting for that, hey, I'm doing my best, but I've reached out to this person. I haven't heard back yet. This is the information that I need. And then potentially some of the stakeholders that you have direct contact with will do their best to get you the meetings you need and that kind of thing. But there also needs to be some kind of visibility to the company that you're consulting with so they know that you're blocked in these ways. And they're not just blaming you for moving slow. I think that's one of the main things as well. Oh, glad to hear it, Taco Duck. Everyone's agreeing with me in the chat. They could all be bots, but you could also... but I'm pretty sure most of them aren't. And Breadlet says, in my company, the direct managers complain about the top-level managers. The value of an employee doesn't depend on their contribution, unfortunately. Yeah, it's tricky, but I think the thing with that is the managers... A good manager will lift up the people that work under them. A bad manager takes all the credit. And then is really hard to work for and nobody wants to work for them. Yeah. Oh, welcome in your favorite Kyle. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for being here. There needs to be a buy-in from stakeholders to set up systems to break down knowledge silos. Yeah. My GitHub is W3CJ. And also Coding Garden. So this is my personal one. I added my picture on there. I guess it's fine. I don't know. I was telling people earlier, I took this photo last night, and my wife tried this thing where you put green cellophane on the flash of the camera. So this actually isn't processed in Photoshop. This is literally the picture that came out of the camera because of the flash. It's green because I'm Coding Garden. I don't know. Yeah, and then my other GitHub is this one. All of the stuff I do on stream mostly ends up over here. What's up, Vineet? Nice mustache. High maintenance too? No. This is it's weird to hear, but this is a 3-day mustache. Haven't showered in 3 days. I just needs a little touch up, and it stays there. Yeah. I haven't left the house in like a week. I was sick. Don't blame me for not taking showers, but also it's easy to maintain because it just stays there with the product that I use. Okay. It takes practice and patience to repeat the same request multiple times, but it's a skill you can develop. Yeah. What's up, Thindoll? Welcome in. Everyone should click that link. Check out Thindoll. Drills says, I must say I really love this pick. Thank you, Drills. Like I said earlier, it's like a 70-30 split. Some people like it, some people don't. Yeah. Was it made through night vision goggles? No. Killer says, thanks for your helpful tips. I appreciate it. Yeah. And I think to wrap up, your action items are create a visible place where the company you're consulting with can see what you're blocked on. Make an effort to document the conversations and the meetings that you have with those stakeholders or those engineers. And then also, if the opportunity arises, bring this up with your contacts at that company to say, hey, is there any way we can speed this up? Is there any way we can stop doing this so that we can actually get the thing done? So those are your meeting notes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and this is kind of my rebrand. I think ultimately, in a way you can think of it like people need to know that Coding Garden it's just a guy. It's me. Because a lot of times people hear Coding Garden, they think it might be like a company or a collective or something like that. But, you know. You don't get to share everything on Twitch. What is this? Oh, it's a smiley. Ever used Angular? Every day I fall more in love with it. I've used it. I used AngularJS a long time ago. I think a lot of the hate for Angular are people that potentially haven't worked in a large code base built with Angular. But so here's my take, not even a hot take. I would rather work in a large code base written with Angular than a large code base written with React. Because React doesn't have opinions, which means every large code base, the people working in that code base get to make all of the decisions, and they're not always the best decisions. And the code base can be hard to navigate, etc., etc. If you go into a large Angular app, you're going to know where everything is. Like, it has opinions about where everything goes, and so it's a lot easier to get up and going in it. So that's my take on that. Yeah. And I talked about this earlier, but it actually is really relevant to the tweet I made yesterday. So I went searching for large open source projects written with React. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. So if you look at this thread, I link some of the projects. So there's WordPress.com has over 200 React components. Go Alert, written by Target, has over 180 components. Cyborg by BBC has like over 20 components. Sentry was like the largest open source React app I could find. It had over 2,000 components. This just navigating through their code base is a lesson in like code architecture and organization. Code Sandbox, but basically click on any one of these repos, and every single one has made a different decision about how to organize things. And I mean, as a React and TypeScript dev, you can figure it out, right? But it's going to take a little bit of time to get up to speed. So really, that's the argument I'm making for Angular right now. Is it has, because it's opinionated, any app you jump into, regardless of size, it's gonna be a bit easier to get up to speed. Siebel Wertzer says, take my skin tones from another pic and then color in some of my face. I wouldn't say no. I might not use it, but if you want to. Also, I don't know if you want to stare at my face for that long in the inside of Photoshop. If you really want to, I can send you the higher quality photo. Let me know on Discord. I'll DM it to you. Yeah. Phil's hurt. We're not a team? Wait, what was that from? Yeah. Let's write some code. I'm down to. Well, let's pick a question where somebody wrote some code. Can I explain the Shakadar CLI? I never heard of it. Can I share? Do I share stuff? Do I share stuff on LinkedIn too? I don't, but honestly, it probably would be good. I mean, I don't use LinkedIn at all. I have a LinkedIn, but I don't use it. But I know a lot of people are using it as like a social networking site these days where they make posts and stuff. I mean, it's almost like, if you've noticed, like I've made an effort to be more present on Twitter, like that post that I just made, just because like Twitter, if you look at a lot of the big creators on Twitch, they have a ton more followers on Twitter than I do, and I think that's where a lot of their audience comes from. I still have a lot. Don't get me wrong, that's a lot of followers, but yeah, some people have like 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 followers, and it's a lot easier for them to go live and then just send people on over. I don't know. That's because there's not a focus on design patterns and architecture anymore. Yeah, and it's tricky. Like I do think we're gonna see a shift potentially. Maybe not, though. I mean, the thing is, like, if it works, it works, and if nobody knows any better and maybe doesn't care, then maybe we won't see a shift back into a focus on design patterns and architecture. But like when you think about where a lot, like the books that were written on design patterns by like the Gang of Four and like Clean Code and all of these books that talked about like code craftsmanship. C# and Java were like some of the most used languages, and like those languages have a lot of those concepts built in because they're like purely object-oriented programming languages for the most part. These days they have Lambda functions and stuff, but a lot of what you do in them is object-oriented, and a lot of that is informed by like design patterns and stuff like that. But these days there's a whole lot of JavaScript and TypeScript which doesn't enforce those things. So yeah. Glad to hear it. I am Dana. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be fun. We're gonna be doing some designs of screens and stuff like that. And Namaste Geek, thank you for the resub. Sent my comment as a regular chat message. I'll find it. Love these Q&As, especially how you set it up with Box. Oh, thank you, Namaste Geek. But check out the schedule. I'm gonna be live tomorrow, working on an app. Is the plan. Cody Garden isn't. Yeah, I know. I get that. And I think that's the thing is like, look at all these smart people we have hanging out right now. Like I have built this community. You all come back and hang out, and that's a good thing. It's like, it isn't just me. You're right. it's an entire garden, but I'm the host of the garden, I guess. Shakadar is a file watching lib. I see. Yeah, I never used it. Personally, I care a lot and push that a lot in my company. Lots of good engineers do care. Yeah, it's tricky, though. Clean code does not equal design. Right, but they're two separate things that I think can be used to make a more maintainable code base. Yeah, they're not the same thing, but they're two different aspects of a code base that makes it easier to navigate, easier to expand upon, that kind of thing. Yeah, the meta frameworks and file-based routing. Yeah, exactly. So like things like Remix and Next.js to a little bit extent, and Nux and SvelteKit, like they're reintroducing opinions and patterns, which is why I like one of the reasons I think they're going to take off. But at the same time, they're also introducing complexities. It's not just front end development anymore. You now have your front end and your back end smacked together. And Mitkin, thank you very much for the sub. So there's some trade-offs, but you know. Waylander says, any advice for getting comfortable with people reviewing your code? I get imposter syndrome a lot, despite being in the industry for a couple of years. Say it with me. Everyone, together, you are not your code. 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 Just say it over and over again until it sticks. Because the code you write today is I am my code. No, you are not your code. The code is not me. The code you write today is going to be so much worse than the code that you write 5-6 months from now, especially if you're actively trying to get better. You're actively like taking the feedback from your code reviews and being like, all right, like I want to do this better. The next time not only like the next time I go into a code review, I don't want to get this feedback, but you're getting that feedback for a very specific reason. Like those seniors, those other people on your team are trying to help you improve. So it's absolutely okay to initially feel like it's somewhat of a personal attack, but you have to remind yourself that if you are actively trying to get better, your code is going to get better. So yeah, take all that feedback and use all of it to just to write the best code that you can, so that when it comes to a code review, you're not getting as much feedback and stuff against your code. Yeah. Repeat, you are not your code. Hopefully that helps, Waylander. I know that like we're all human, and like the things that we put out into the world, basically our creations, we care about, but you have to be able to detach yourself from that, especially the longer you're in your career and the longer you're in your industry. You will not believe the number of things that I put into production that eventually just got scrapped, right? So not only did I put all of my hard work into designing the system and like writing really good, or what I thought at the time was good, clean code and stuff like that, now those apps aren't even being used anymore. But it's about the journey, not the destination. I learned a ton along the way. And I used, and I think that's the main point here, is as long as you're improving, as long as you're taking your past learnings and applying that to the next thing that you do, you can't fault yourself, right? Because like, all of those past apps that got scrapped or are not in production anymore, I learned a ton, and now when I build stuff, it's all learnings that I use in that. So yeah. Any recommendations on learning Angular? Probably the docs. I don't know of any good resources. Honestly, Fireship has a ton of tutorials on Angular, which is funny because like Fireship is like the JavaScript meme guy, and most people don't complain about Angular, but he actually has a bunch of stuff on Angular. I don't know. Codex says, I think we'll see a shift. I think the reality distortion field will fade away. People will start to see these full stack meta frameworks are just Ruby on Rails all over again. Yeah, that's the other thing is like, honestly, if you think back to like right when Node.js was taking off, pretty much most people were using Ruby on Rails. And there's obviously are still some companies using Ruby on Rails, but that's actually, some companies are paying a lot for Ruby on Rails developers because everyone switched over to Node and stuff, and it's harder to find Ruby on Rails developers these days. But yeah, Ruby on Rails has a bunch of opinions. Like you can be dropped into any Ruby on Rails code base, and if you know Ruby on Rails, you're going to be productive. So yeah, stop calling me smart. Thanks again, Mitkin. Did I miss that? Thank you for the sub. I blame boot camps and Twitter charlatans. I mean, here's the thing. Like, you can generalize. I would say there are a lot of code schools that potentially don't care about code craftsmanship. They're just trying to make money. Sure. But there are some that do care. Like, teach testing up front, teach design patterns up front. It depends. It all depends. Yeah. Let's not go down the imposter syndrome thing. Yeah, it's... The unfortunate thing is, like, it's just psychology, right? Like, as someone that potentially doesn't get imposter syndrome anymore, but somebody that's gotten over it, there are tools you've learned in terms of, like, how to interpret the thoughts that you're having and how do you go about your life and your day. So for people that don't have those tools yet, it is a real thing. It is. But there are things you can use and ways you can think about yourself and your life and what you do to not let it affect you. Because I still get imposter syndrome, right? Like, a bunch of people are watching me on Twitch right now. Are they real? Like, do people really want to be here? Do people actually care what I have to say? I think about that a lot, but ultimately I just go live and I do my best. I think the same thing applies to, like, imposter syndrome about your job and stuff like that. Just do your best. Just do your best. And as long as you're doing your best and you're trying to improve, nobody can fault you for that. I am not my code. Yeah, I think language from the code reviewer and the people reviewing you is he found out, abort. Is a thing that you could also work on, but it's if you're not the one doing the review, it can be hard to tell somebody to do that. But I actively try to do this. So when I'm wording such as, oh, you did this wrong here, instead of saying you did this wrong, you have a less personal way of talking about it. You say, we can do this better by doing X. Also, like, the word we implies that we're a team, right? So, like, as the code reviewer, the code you're writing is my code too because it's in the code base. So if you use terms like we or our, it's shared ownership rather than, like, calling people out for it. Obviously, you could complain about that and be like, oh, everyone's trying to be politically correct these days. But ultimately, it just makes for a better team dynamic, right? You don't feel like you're being attacked. You'll feel like it's a team effort and they're genuinely trying to make you do better. But, you know. Yeah, code aesthetic is super interesting. I've talked about this before. Where the heck did they come from? Now, don't get me wrong. Their videos are good. Like, they're very well edited. The content is valuable. But literally the first video they've ever posted has 733,000 views. Who does that? The last time I looked at them, they had, I think it was like 40,000 subs. They now have 130,000 subs, like less than a month later. What is happening? What the heck is happening? But regardless, I'm posting the link because the videos are pretty good. But also, what's happening? Yeah, and thanks, Namaste Geek. Large Ruby on Rails projects turn into mix and hacks around the framework. Yeah. What's best for Android apps, Java or Kotlin? I specifically don't have experience with this, but it does seem from the people that I've talked to, more people are reaching for Kotlin. It's a more modern language, has more modern features. So probably Kotlin. The issue with that is I don't know how long it's been around, and you're probably going to find more resources and tutorials on Java, but you also can just convert that Java code into Kotlin. Don't know. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know how easy it is to find his Angular tutorials anymore, but Fireship, most of his recent videos are like basically developer comedy, but also informative. But some of his, he used to actually just create Angular tutorials. Yeah, here we go. So. How do I deal with junior devs? Like when your boss expects you to train, but you just go to the docs and explain it to them in your own words. You kind of have to try to model it for them. I'm gonna try to answer this question from Zmitkin, but then I'll skip any other questions, so that way we can get back to here. But if you do have a question or a comment, do ! Ask. Okay, how do you deal with junior devs? Your boss expects you to train them, but you just go to the docs and explain it to them. I think, in a way, you're doing the right thing. Like you're modeling it for them, right? You're showing them that you don't necessarily know the thing directly, or even if you know the thing directly, you're showing them how you got that information. So I think step one, that's great. You model for them how they can help themselves. And you also model for them that like when they come to ask you for help and you don't know the answer, you model your debugging. I think you potentially can be more specific about how you're helping them and basically just say, hey, I want to help you be able to help yourself. Like if we can get to a point where you're only asking for help after you've already worked on a thing and you've done everything you can, and when you come to me, I want you to come to me with a list of all the things that you've tried, and you can get to a point where they're just they're becoming more self-sufficient. You're basically training them on how to debug, how to teach themselves, how to find the answer. Because at the end of the day, that's probably all you're doing too. Like you probably, as a more senior dev, you have more experience. So a lot of things you just potentially have memorized or you've done before. So if you just do it for the junior dev or the newer person on your team, they're not going to see how you got there. So just throw all the juniors on prod and hire the ones that who will not go crazy. I feel you, TerraWattHour. We're going to keep moving. But honestly, this is kind of the first time I've talked about this stuff, even in a Q&A stream. Like, we're talking about how to navigate companies. We're talking about mentoring. We're talking about code reviews. We're talking about imposter syndrome. I'm not the first one to say a lot of the words that I'm saying right now, right? Like, I've learned over my career. I've read a couple of chapters in a few books. I've seen videos. I've been to conference talks. All this stuff I'm saying it's not original, but it might be the first time you're hearing it, so I think that's why we're talking about it, TerraWattHour. But hopefully that helps with Zmitkin. Ultimately, in summary, model your process and also make sure you're making it apparent to them that you want them to be self-sufficient. You don't want them to have to come to you for everything. So, yeah. Sucker Unit saying hot takes? I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point to make, Shalman. It's Shalman. Like, newer devs and newbies, like, they're just trying their best. They just have the resources available to them, which are tutorials and, like, YouTube videos. But eventually, a lot of devs find out about this thing known as code craftsmanship. Not necessarily by name. But all of the things that we've been talking about, software craftsmanship, in terms of like just constantly trying to get better and more so like considering yourself a craftsman rather than just a coder or a programmer, it's all just you trying to do your best, right? Like basically you're taking your job really seriously and you're not trying to just throw code at the wall. You're trying to build things that last a long time. You're trying to build things that yeah, basically that outlast you. I don't know. It's a thing. Also, a lot of that I learned was in the Pragmatic Programmer. This is all about being a software craftsman. Basically, taking your job seriously. Yeah. Code review etiquette. Sure, check that out. All right. If they're just dumb and they can't and they're not improving, then eventually you do have to have the hard talk and find somebody new. But most people, not most people, a lot of people try to do their best. Code review for humans? I don't know if I've heard that one. Is this it? How to do code reviews? Guidelines for humans? Which one? Went from most to a lot. Yeah, like, I want to assume that most people are trying their best, but I have worked with people that are just trying to collect a paycheck. They could care less about getting better. They don't want to advance themselves. They just want to use what they already know, collect a paycheck, and then they're done. And honestly, there are a lot of people. There are people in both camps, right? And I think that's different from someone who's actively trying to improve themselves, who's trying to grow. And honestly, like, if you just think about your career as a software developer, like, you're not really going to advance if you don't try to improve yourself, right? So, I don't know. Yeah. Wait. I don't even know what this was in reference to, TerraWatt. To code aesthetic? Yeah, I don't know. I saw people talking about Ruby and Golang. I don't know. In here, we were talking about Ruby on Rails, which is a framework for web dev. But yeah, you could potentially, if you're building Android apps, you could pick a cross-platform stuff like Flutter or .NET MAUI. Do I ever do a person review at my job? If I do I feel bad about telling true if the person sucks or decide to mention only the good about him? Do you mean people that you already work with or people that you're interviewing? The tricky part about giving feedback to people you're interviewing is sometimes they can use that against you. So that's why a lot of companies, like, if you interview there and you don't get the job and you're like, hey, can you give me some feedback on what I did wrong? They're like, no. And it's really an HR issue, because if you say the wrong thing, they could potentially use that to say you're discriminating against them in terms of hiring them. If it's just people at your job, I think, like I was saying earlier, anybody that wants to improve should be open to hearing other people's opinions. And I was going to say open to the truth, but you telling them that they suck or why they suck may not be the truth. maybe you don't know how to think about that thing. But at the end of the day, you can word things nicely and ultimately frame it as you want them to improve. You noticed a thing that they're doing that isn't good or that they're doing wrong, and you want them to do it good, so you give them that kind of feedback. Yeah. Eddie, thank you for the 22 months. It's me. I'm the green guy. Excuse me. Yep. Welcome to Pointless Guru Talk with Coding Garden. Yeah, it's tricky though, because obviously everyone's experience in university and with different types of computer science and computer engineering degrees is different. But in my computer science degree, I did not learn about code craftsmanship. I didn't learn about project management. I didn't learn about architecture. I just learned about theory. And from what I've heard, a lot of computer science degrees are still that way. I guess you also have computer engineering or software engineering degrees, and maybe they do a better job of doing other things, but I don't know. No worries, Codex. I appreciate your takes. Yeah, I think this is a good place to start. But I do have my issues with roadmap.sh. Roadmap.sh is very surface level. So if I click on front end, and let's say I'm totally new, I know nothing about what even front end development means, this is a good launching off point, right? Once you start getting into the nitty gritty details, this is missing a lot, right? And you can't fault them for that. How are you going to include everything? But for newer devs, this is definitely nice to kind of navigate these various ecosystems like backend, DevOps, But I will say it's not everything. Like once you get deeper into it, you'll realize like what's missing here. But it is a good launching off point. I will say that. Yeah. Cool. I'm almost caught up. You can lead a junior dev to water, but you can't make him drink. That's funny. What would I use to build a mostly static website for promoting a band or a private business? Do exclamation mark ask, because we'll talk about that. I don't want to answer this right now because there's some other questions that I need to get to. But if you do exclamation mark ask, it'll show up here. I'll get to it in like 30 minutes or so, because I do have an answer for you. And then the answer is it depends. What's up, James? New viewer, aspiring developer. Nice. Can I give you advice for someone that wants to be a game developer for a bigger company? Don't do it. I'm joking, obviously, if that's something you really want to do. But what you should do is research into the game development industry. Obviously, not every game development company is the same. But there's a lot of horror stories about game development and the industry itself. So that, I mean, I don't have advice because I've never worked for a game development company, but my advice is search the web for articles people have written about like working for companies and like what it's like and stuff like that. So yeah. I've not even seen those Rank My CV websites, but like you're saying, it depends on the person ranking it. Like, are they a dev? Are they a HR? I don't know. Do I have TypeScript tutorials on YouTube? Would I recommend learning it? I would, yeah. But ultimately, I do still think you should have a good grasp of JavaScript before you jump into TypeScript, because any valid JavaScript is valid TypeScript, and a lot of the things you're going to be debugging in TypeScript is just JavaScript. But I have an intro to TypeScript, and I think I give a pretty good rundown at the beginning of the video on like what TypeScript is versus and then like what it isn't. So you can check that out. This isn't like an in-depth tutorial. Like I really just give you the basics of like type annotations and stuff. And Balanek, thank you for the resub. Who says great new Twitch avatar. Appreciate that. Like I said, we're getting feedback on both sides. Some people like it, some people don't. But yeah, I give the basics of like type annotation, interfaces, and then also like how to get set up in a project. This is a good launching off point. There are more in-depth tutorials on TypeScript if that's a thing. Yeah, see you later, Krusty. Thank you for the gifted subs. We'll see you. And Mary Chiaro, thank you very much for the Prime. You're brand new. Welcome to the garden. Appreciate you. Yeah, the hard thing about training is getting people to understand how to train themselves. Training seems to be getting another person to download your brain. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff on learning how to learn. And this is something that I covered a lot when I was teaching at a code school, because part of how you get good and you advance is you got to be able to teach yourself. Like we're in a field where things are constantly evolving and you constantly have to learn new things. For the most part, there are some jobs where you can just do the same thing over and over for 30 years, but there's not a lot of room for advancement. Potentially, you could be like writing COBOL and making a heck ton of money. Regardless, this is a thing. Learning how to learn learning is a skill, and there's a lot of resources on it. I think this one on Coursera is actually a good one. Yeah, by Barbara Oakley. So you might even offer up something like this if the people that you're trying to train haven't heard of this concept. But yeah, learning how to learn is definitely a thing. Yeah, what's up, Wolk? Welcome in. Yeah. Yeah, some people are saying Astro. I was going to suggest Astro too, but the tricky part is, all right, let's say that band or that company wants to go in and update some things on the website. What do you do for that? Do you just build them for more hours? Or do you use something like a headless CMS? I'm going to talk about it later. But the answer isn't just Astro. The answer is Astro maybe with a headless CMS or something like that. Yeah. Would I recommend the indie developer route? I don't know what that is. Is it on this website? What do you mean, James? Let me know. And thank you again, Balanek. Okay, yeah. So if you use the ask command, I'll get back over there. But I'm just catching up. Yeah, I pushed TypeScript for a long time. Now that I finally got into it, I just can't live without it. Yeah, I'm starting to feel the same way, but I think, so I've been writing JavaScript for a very long time, and when TypeScript first came out, there weren't a lot of resources on it. If you were to doing a thing with TypeScript, you might have been the first one doing that thing with TypeScript, but it's been around long enough, and there are enough resources on it. It's time. It's time for everyone to just learn TypeScript, because the resources are out there. They didn't used to be. And the other aspect is like good TypeScript support in open source packages. And these days, you pretty much can't have a project published on NPM without some kind of TypeScript types, either that you wrote or that somebody else wrote. So, yeah. How easy will it be to transition to JavaScript and other programming languages? Pretty easy. And DV16, thank you for the resub. Speaking of P5, shouts out to our good friend Dr. Daniel Schiffman, who has the coding train over on YouTube, and he teaches P5. You might actually be at the school where they teach that. But I do think that if you learn from his course, it gives you a good foundation in programming. You learn about loops, conditionals, like variables, functions. You learn all the concepts. And so when you leave P5, those are the things that you'll need to take with you. Because P5 has a bunch of stuff built in, a bunch of functions. It's a library. But all the stuff you learn about programming that isn't P5 absolutely transfers over to other programming languages. Yeah. Nice. All right. I think we're done. Okay. This question comes from TerraWatt, who says, what would you rather use for a backend, Python or Go? Please answer carefully not to hurt my feelings. If I'm going by my own personal experience, probably like I've written Python before. I've done projects in Python. I've literally written like 5 lines of Go. So personally, it probably would be easier for me to get up and going with Python. That said, I know a lot of people are choosing Go these days. So it would take me some time to research the ecosystem. Like, isn't Gin a thing people use, or is that outdated? The Gin web framework? Is there something better than this? That's basically my answer, is like, because I'm not embedded in either of these ecosystems, I'm gonna have to do some research. Yeah, so like Gorilla. And then, I mean, I guess it is interesting to think about that. Like, I'm immediately going, wait, this is archived? This was archived on November 8th? Why? Waylander, thank you for this. You're new here too. Appreciate you. But this, as a more experienced developer, this is the thing that I try to think about more. It's not just about the programming language. It's about the ecosystem. The Python ecosystem has been around for longer than Go. So there's potentially more resources. I don't know. I would spend a day researching. And then it also comes down to, like, what are you going to be building? Do you need high performance? Go is probably going to be better because it is native. Yeah, it depends. My answer is it depends. I appreciate that memory. But was my answer satisfactory, TerraWatt? Yeah. Yeah, this is a little starter template that I made. It's super basic. This is probably one of the most basic starter templates you're going to find, because Express is not at all opinionated. So this is Express with TypeScript, super basic layout, and this will get you there. And I keep it updated, so all of the dependencies are up to date in here. But if you look at the issues, some people have created some CLIs for creating TypeScript apps that are more inclusive. So like if you look at this one from Vishal, they have like a bunch of branches on their repo that's like with a database, with different linters, that kind of thing. So you can look at theirs too. But this, my starter template is super basic so that you can go in and add the stuff that you want. Like, this doesn't assume a database. This does assume the Airbnb TypeScript linting config, but everything else is not assumed. Terrawan says Django is a workout. So instead of Django, wouldn't I mean, I might reach for Flask. So Flask, I mean, honestly, I don't know if this is still as popular as it once was, but Flask is like the Express of the Python world. So it'd probably be easier for me to get up to speed on that. I know that Django is more full featured though. It does like server side rendering and stuff like that. So, But yeah, that's my answer, TerraWatt, is it depends. What are you building? What is the ecosystem for that kind of project? Yeah. All right. If you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. It'll bubble up, and I'll do my best to answer it. Didn't, yeah, I thought memory said they had a question. They do. Yeah, you're welcome, Waylander. Yeah, that cup's invisible. Okay, I'll try to answer this just because I actually don't even know what the gedcom format is. So Scorix says, I'm trying to program a website that can visualize a family tree that is... what is this emote? I hate that I have some emotes that I don't know what they are and then I don't know what... is it like Monka Sweat? Saved. Okay. That's too general of a word, but visualize a family tree that is saved in the gedcom format. First of all, what is the gedcom format? A family search to store genealogical data. Cool. Never used it, never heard of it. Any advice on which stack I should use? I'm not really used to anything. First, I would just search npm. Has anybody done anything with gedcom? So if you're going to be building a website, npm is the place to look for JavaScript packages. Did I spell that right? gedcom? Yeah, so this package published 2 years ago is a gedcom parser. And then it outputs it as JSON. There's quite a few packages. So if you're new to JavaScript and like the JavaScript ecosystem, you kind of want to evaluate how maintained are these packages. Like if we look at this one, it only has 4 weekly downloads. You could look at their GitHub to see the last time it was updated. Last updated back in May, so it's potentially like an active project. You might also look at issues to see if people are having issues with it. This was the first result. I'd look into it. It also, now in order to visualize it, you need to plug that into some sort of thing. So what I would search for is like D3, because D3 is one of the most popular data visualization libraries for JavaScript. So if you search for like D3 gedcom visualization, somebody might have done it before. Loading gedcom files into D3. Look, they've done it. So they've written an article on it. And then gedcom viewer web app. A gedcom file viewer written in Django and D3. So this has a Python backend with a web front end with D3.js. Are you saying, oh, come on, because you're like, you didn't find that? Or like, oh, okay, it exists. But I think the nice one of the things about D3 is it's a lower level library in that it doesn't have a lot of higher level things. Like gedcom viewer has not done, or gedcom viewer is not built into D3. D3 has ways of visualizing things, and so this person has detailed how they did that with D3. Because if you look at D3, D3 is kind of like jQuery for data. Let's look at some example code. Like this. So click on a state, it zooms in. Let's look at the D3 code. So it has zoom. When you zoom, run this function. It lets you create objects like SVGs. When you click, run this function. It lets you create elements within an SVG. So create a group element in an SVG, set its properties. So like this is the kind of D3 code you're going to be writing. And because they have various types of visualizations. So like, I mean, if you look at what they've done before, they have, trees. If you just search for tree, you'll see some. I don't know. I think that should get you started. You probably want to use something like D3. And then if you are using Vue or React, you can find the D3 version for that. So if you search for like Vue D3, someone's written a D3 wrapper for Vue.js. And so like that's the tricky part of integrating these kinds of things with Vue or React, is because Vue and React don't necessarily do direct DOM manipulation, and D3 does. So you don't necessarily need one of these wrapper libraries, but they're going to help you because they've done the hard work of like integrating them. So like if you're using React, you could use this to integrate, and then you could try to port the thing that they wrote over here to React with D3. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps, Scorix. I'll give you a few links in the chat, but hopefully I've set you on the right path. These are the things that I would use. Well, I didn't. This is how I would figure out how to do this thing. And then yeah, you're welcome, Scorix. Glad it helped. All right. Next question from Keebler. Should I use DuckDuckGo? I like it. There's other options. You've got Brave Search. You've got let's take a quick stretch. You've got Google. You've got Bing. Really, the reason that I use DuckDuckGo is because they value my privacy. So privacy simplified. We don't store your personal information ever. Now, some people would point you to a thing a security researcher found where the DuckDuckGo app on like Android or iOS was actually allowing Microsoft trackers through. That was that one specific place. They fixed it since then. And I don't use the DuckDuckGo app. I don't use the DuckDuckGo extension. I literally just use the DuckDuckGo search engine. Like, I'm not putting all my bets on one thing. I use Firefox because they're from the Mozilla Foundation, which is a 501(c) nonprofit organization. They have the Mozilla Manifesto. I can get behind that. I like what they're about, so I use Firefox. And then I have DuckDuckGo set as my default search engine. Now, you could use like Brave with Brave Search. I get a lot of the... why do I find that necessary? It's really just about like... I don't know. It's going to be tricky to like put it into words, but a company that is for profit potentially has, well, I mean, their motive is profit, right? Their motive is to make money. So you could say that a company that's trying to make money, depending on the type of company, is going to do everything they can to make as much money as they can. Whereas a nonprofit specifically like reinvests in the community, in the ecosystem, that kind of thing. I don't know if that's a good enough answer. Well, yeah, sure. And I think that's the other thing about like internet privacy and stuff like that is like, obviously, companies still have your data. Not, even though I'm using DuckDuckGo as my search engine, my internet service provider still sees all of my traffic. Now, traffic through DuckDuckGo and other websites technically is encrypted, but, you know, you don't... Yeah. You have to... yeah, you're absolutely not... I mean, the fact that... I have a cell phone means I'm being tracked constantly. And it's not like the tinfoil hat, like the government is tracking everything that I do. It's all of these apps that I have installed that have constant network access or location access that technically could reach out and get that information anytime they wanted. But I use Android. I have some various apps installed that will prevent apps from making tracking requests and stuff like that. But yeah. So I use DuckDuckGo because they have this privacy statement and they have some cool features. So the fact that I can just search npm directly through DuckDuckGo, or I can search GitHub for or instantly through DuckDuckGo, or I can search Wikipedia directly through DuckDuckGo. If you don't care about privacy, that's one reason why you might use DuckDuckGo. Yeah. Cool. Do I see the clip of Google CEO in a hearing that he can't confirm whether Google has tracking his movement? I didn't. But I think, was it Codex, the one that posted in the Discord, how some researchers are using Wi-Fi signal data to reinterpret like people in a room, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, so like there's a lot of other things you can do for your privacy, like self-host your own DNS. Yeah. And I think like this is really the trade-off, right? Like what company do you want tracking all of your data? I chose Google because I have to use YouTube, which is Google. Not have to. It's really the only video distribution platform out there that most people are using, which is why I use YouTube, which means I need a Google account. I use Gmail. I've been using Gmail since it was launched, whenever that was. So all of my stuff is in Google. So at this point, it's just like, all right, Google can have all my stuff, not some other company. I don't know. Android exploits are worth more money than iOS exploits? Yeah, I could believe it too. I don't know. Ever seen Graphene OS? I have, yeah. The main hang-up right now is... what's my main hang-up with this? Honestly, it's Gmail. Honestly, like, so I guess let's talk about privacy. I was just gonna answer this. Why do I use DuckDuckGo? Let's talk about Graphene OS. Let's talk about Calyx really quick, and then we'll move on from there. Yeah. I often receive ads on Instagram from topics I sent from WhatsApp. Yeah. Pi-hole is like locally hosted DNS that also does tracker blocking and ad blocking. Yeah. I could use WorldStar. That's funny, Codex. Beta Gmail user here too? Nice. Yeah. Do you remember, like, so Gmail, when it was launched, people thought it was an April Fool's joke because before Gmail, nobody offered was it like a gigabyte of storage, and they launched it on April 1st. So like everybody was like, this has to be a April Fool's joke. Yeah, so they announced it on April 1st, 2004. And how much storage was it? Or wasn't it even like 500 megabytes or something like that? Oh, it was a gigabyte. Yeah, so that was the thing. People were like, what? That can't be real. And then it actually was. And now basically everybody uses Gmail. So. I've never heard of Odyssey America 2050. What is it? Is this like the new YouTube competitor? Who are they? Why am I not giving Google my browser data? Because they already have my phone. They're already in control of my phone. So, oh well. Let's talk about Android privacy operating systems. There are a couple of options. In my research, I actually don't know as much about Graphene. But in my research, Graphene does seem to be the most secure. And honestly, if you just go to their website, it's less user-friendly because they're trying to inform you. Let's see, like usage and frequently asked questions. Like, this is the usage page, and it is literally this long. And for privacy casuals, you might be like, nope, I'm not going to read all of that. But it's actually fascinating because they detail why they do the security things that they do and like what a stock Android operating system is able to do and like what it has access to and like why they've made the design decisions that they've made. And so, honestly, it's a bit of a turnoff for casuals, but if you really care about your privacy, it's actually a really good read on like how the Android operating system works and like why they've made these various design decisions and stuff like that. Now, Calyx is another option for privacy-related operating systems, but yeah, and thank you, Muffin. Thanks for the link. If you look at the Graphene guide, they talk about and so here's one of the things about Android you may not realize. The Google Play services that comes on every Android device has a ton of privileges. Location, camera, literally all the privileges that it can. And it's a operating system level service that Google apps have direct access to. So you can install an app from Google, like from the Play Store, and because they have direct access to the Google Play services, they have access to things like your location and your camera and the stuff that you didn't specifically give it permission to have because it has privileged access to those Google Play services. That is one of the main features that Graphene has, which is sandbox Google Play. Because, for one, they ripped Google Play services out of Android so that you can have an operating system without it. But once you do that, there's a ton of apps that just stop working. And you need something like a sandbox Google Play in order to get them working. This is also super interesting because, so MicroG is what Calyx uses, but in their docs they talk about why Sandbox is much better than like an open source implementation. So if you remember Android modding back in the day, there used to be Exposed. I don't know if that's a thing anymore, but it was a way of modifying the internal operating system. I think because things have gotten locked down more and more, you can't really do that anymore. And obviously I'm summarizing it. I could be missing some of the points, but really if you care about that kind of thing, definitely give their stuff a read. So this is my hesitation to switch to something like Graphene OS. The apps that aren't even Google apps, so things like Discord, and then I do use Google apps like YouTube, like I'm looking at YouTube Studio and YouTube. Those apps all require Google Play services. So if I were to switch to Graphene OS, I would need to use the Sandbox Play, and it's Sandbox Google Play, and it's possible that some things wouldn't work as intended. But one of the interesting things about sandboxing this is you actually see the fact that Google Play Services is literally running all the time in the background. And it actually can be, and that's the other thing. So secure apps like banking apps and apps that have like financial information, they typically do checks to make sure that you're on a legit Android operating system because they don't want potentially like malware or something like that to access or to... I'm not explaining this right. But yes, secure apps don't like it when they're running on a non-standard Android operating system. And so doing this kind of things potentially will prevent those apps from running as well. Honestly, I really just needed to get in the habit of not using applications. Like, I've already gotten the habit of using a web browser that has all these privacy extensions, like ad blocking and tracker blocking and stuff like that. But what you don't think about is every single app on your phone can be doing all of that in the background without you even knowing. So now I'm actually using the DuckDuckGo tracker blocker, which I think is still in beta, but you can see how Discord tries to reach out to like analytics services to reveal your location information and stuff like that. And like TikTok, that's all the stuff like that. Yeah, that's the tricky part, but it's like, I don't know, there's a lot of trade-offs. And then ultimately I use Gmail for so many things that I would need. Actually, so I did start using an email app called Fair Email, which is nice because Gmail gives you IMAP access, which is a way of accessing email through a standard protocol. So you don't have to use the Gmail app. But there's so many things in Android that are like tied to your YouTube account that you kind of need the account to exist on there as well. I don't know. Yeah, I've heard of Proton. I potentially would get an email there too. I want to find the discussion on Graphene OS versus Calyx OS. Yeah, feel free. Yeah, and so this is the MicroG that Codex brought up. So MicroG is an attempt to be an open source implementation of Google Play services. A free as in freedom re-implementation, but I do believe that the Graphene docs talk about some of the things that you have to do in order to have an open source implementation, and it's something like even like if you're doing that, then even MicroG that's installed has to have too many privileges to be able to work. I don't know. I need to stop talking about this because I don't know all the details. I start reading this stuff and I learn the details, but I don't know enough to talk about it confidently. I've heard of CopperOS. I haven't even looked into it either, but I guess this is another option. But all of that to say, I want to use I didn't mean to do that. I want to use a privacy-oriented Android OS, but there are some things that you don't get out of the box. So yeah. And Vedith, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate you. If you give me just a second, I will get the message that you sent. No message, but thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. So yeah, you've got options, but know that if you do use micro G, you're making certain concessions that you're not making if you use Sandbox Google Play. And if you use Sandbox Google Play, there's certain things that won't work. But yeah, yeah, and then Lineage is a really popular one. Does anybody remember what it was called before it was Lineage? I used to have it on my Android phones. Cyanogen mod, yeah, Cyanogen. So that was like the big alternative ROM for the long. It wasn't privacy oriented. It was just an alternative ROM that let you like customize the OS a lot more. And then Lineage is the successor to that. So yeah, I don't use the DuckDuckGo extension in Firefox. I do use the DuckDuckGo tracker blocker on my phone. That's funny to hear, Codex. I mean, don't be violent, but the fact that you knew the person that was working on it. All right, let's answer some more questions. That was a fun trip talking about why do I mean, I started as why do I use DuckDuckGo and then got into privacy related things. But if you have a question, exclamation mark here, those questions will bubble up. Yeah, we use Firefox around here. All right, DerZemba says, do you know of any package to unflatten the results from knex? Basically, convert the rows into nested objects. I find it very tedious. Yeah. I don't know of a package. And what TerraWatt is mentioning is something built into Postgres. So the JSON aggregation in Postgres. I don't know if you have this same thing in like MySQL, but that's basically how you can do it in a single query without having to redo the stuff. You can look into how Objection.js implements this. So Objection.js is built on top of knex. And a little background, for those of you just joining us that maybe don't know what we're talking about here, knex is a JavaScript library that is a query builder. So you can write JavaScript code that looks like this, and then it gets directly converted into SQL code. So select star from book, select title, author, and year from books. That gets converted into direct SQL. If you want to do a join, you're going to have a join or a left join, and that's going to take two tables and smack them together. But by default, in most SQL databases, after smacking those two tables together, you have a bunch of duplicate data. You don't have like nested object data, which you're kind of used to in like API responses and stuff like that. If you look at Objection, this is built on top of knex, and they have this idea of, what is it called? What is it called? What do I want to say? What am I talking about? Anybody know what I'm talking about? I lost my train of thought, but we'll get there. We'll get there. All right, so query examples, relation queries. Foreign key joins. Okay, so if you look at the Objection article, they have an article where they specifically talk about how they implement this internally. And it's pretty fascinating because ultimately you kind of just, you can do it in a transaction or into like a multi-query where you query for the first thing, you query for the second thing, and now you combine the two afterwards. I forget what they call the concept. Yeah, n+1 queries is a thing you'll run into if you're trying to do it that way, but we'll get there. Let me just look through their docs. Give me a second. I've been talking for 3 hours at this. 3 hours I've been talking nonstop. So give me a second to collect my thoughts and find the thing that I was talking about. Not there, here. Eager loading. Okay, eager loading is the concept that I was searching for. You can fetch an arbitrary graph of relations with the results of any query by chaining the with graph fetched or with graph joined. Let's see. So, objection, eager, query, blog. Eager loading methods, not that. I honestly just need to find the blog of the creator, because he wrote something about this a long time ago. All right, who's the creator? We're going deep. We're going to figure out. Vincent, software development expert. Let's go to their website. Do they have a blog? Oh, no, it's a consultancy. Let's look at the main contributor to objection. Is it Vincent? Yeah, so V1337 or VLEET is asking, do I think software development jobs will be replaced with ChatGPT prompt jobs? No. I mean, I think there will be professional prompt creators, and I think our jobs will more and more incorporate AI technology. I don't think we're going to be replaced, though. We're going to be augmented. Not replaced. This is the main contributor, Sammy. Does Sammy have a blog? Exclamation mark break will give you a link, but it's called timeout. And there's one, it's for Mac, but there's one for Windows too. Oh, it's this one. Okay, here it is by Michael Lepstow. Is there a link to this article? What am I looking at? I don't use LinkedIn. What am I looking at right now? Is this the article? Actually, I just need to search for this title now. LinkedIn is its own breed. Yeah, people were talking about earlier that I should use it for posting content and stuff. Honestly, it might just be in the docs. Yeah, okay. Regardless, let me answer it this way, DerZemba. If you're already using knex, check out objection, because objection is built on top of knex. So like if you're using knex, you've already set up your migrations with it, and you already have like basic queries with it and stuff like that. If you check out objection, it'll work with your existing code, but you can start to do more complex queries more easily. So internally, it's implemented with this thing called eager queries, but it makes your code look really simple. So you can say person with related pets, where the species is dog. So basically, this is going to do a join on the person and pets table, but the result that you get back is an array of... No, this is saying array of dogs. There is a related query you can do where you get an array of people where each person has an array of dogs, because that's really what you're looking for, is to take that join and convert it into like nested data. I guess it is eager loading. This is more so what this is more so what I was thinking of. So give me all the people with their pets. So this is going to query the person table and then get all of the pets, and then every person is going to have a pets property. So honestly, this is this is probably what you're looking for. You could just use GraphQL. So GraphQL is a querying technology. It's not a database technology. So you would still need a way of querying your database first. Now, sure, you could have a GraphQL resolver that does your base query, and then your subquery, but then you run into the n+1 problem that Codex mentioned, because your GraphQL query, it wants all this stuff, and so it needs to make a ton of queries. Now, you could clean that up, but you're going to clean that up by using something like objection or a a higher level library that takes care of this stuff. What's up, programmer Jeff? Do I get pet peeves as well? Wait, are we talking about, because we're talking about pets? So honestly, that's kind of the answer, DerZemba, is use another library to do it, because otherwise you are going to have to reformat things yourself. Or if you are using, and I mean, you did say I don't mean ORMs, but I would say check it out, because it is built on top of knex, so you probably wouldn't have an issue setting it up. If you're using Postgres, they have JSON aggregation. Let me show you an example of what we did in our Fresh Spots app. That works directly inside of Postgres. So if we look in our DB, look in our queries, and we look at user. So this is it. So this gets a user with their social profile. So our database was, we have a user table that just has top level information like name and avatar, or probably just name. And then we have another table called social profiles, where you could have a row for a Google profile, a Twitch profile, a GitHub profile, etc. So if we were to use a traditional join, that would return 5 rows with all the user information and the social auth information. But if you do this JSON aggregation, this literally returns, with GraphFresh, it issues multiple queries. Yeah, that's why I was trying to find the blog post, because there's a way to do it with a minimal number of queries. Yeah, but I don't know. It depends on how many queries are you actually running. Is it okay to run multiple queries? Honestly, in a lot of the apps that I built before I was using an ORM, I just did multiple queries, and it worked fine for what I was doing at the time. But this is a single query that will give you back the said user in the database with all of their social profiles as an array property called social profiles. Now, JSON-B aggregation. So this looks like knex code. This is actually Keasley code, but you could do something like this with knex if you're using Postgres. Again, if you're using Postgres. And then if you look at our JSON-B aggregation function, this is just native Postgres code. So coalesce, select the JSON-B aggregation from that query that we pass it in. And so it's a combination of that being passed into a nested select query. It's going to be a little bit different with knex, but it'll look similar. So if you're using Postgres, you could do something like that. Hope that helps. Okay, Dave3 join says with graph join. Thank you. Join and fetch a graph of related items for the result of an eager query. So this does it all in a single query, and I've been talking for too long. It does it all in a single query, and you don't have to manually reformat the data to get the nested objects. Hopefully that helps. Thank you for your question, DerZemba. All right. If you asked a question, type !! here. There was a person that asked about the building a website for a band. If you're still here, I can answer it at this point. It feels sad to see LinkedIn timeline filled with layoff news. What advice would you give to those recently laid off employees? My first advice is just don't look at the LinkedIn timeline. Because if you have a job right now, I guess that's one thing, is if you have a job right now, start preparing your resume, be proactive, right? You never know if you're going to be one of the layoffs, right? So just be ready. Be ready to find a new job. Always be looking, right? Have your resume ready, practice interviewing, work on your portfolio, that kind of thing. And for those that did get laid off, do your best. Do your best. It's time to find a new job. And again, you need to make sure, so here's the thing. If you got laid off, you probably got some sort of severance. Maybe you have a month, maybe you have a couple of weeks. That's at least going to give you a little bit of time to spend time working on you and make sure that you have your resume, you have all of your stuff ready to go. You can practice interviewing, all of that stuff, so that you can find a new job. Yeah, I mean, my advice for the people that got laid off is start working. Working in terms of finding a new job. Finding a job and interviewing, that itself is a job in and of itself. But that's your job now. Or you could switch careers, like go work somewhere else. Thank you for the hydrate, Schulman. Always hiring companies are always firing. Yeah, actually, there was a really good graphic on r/data visualizations. Yeah, you could become a guitarist. I wanted it with visualizations. This isn't it. Anybody? That's the one. Thank you, Codex. I was like, what is that subreddit called? Data is beautiful. This is a really cool subreddit if you're not sub to it. This is actually a beautiful graphic because there was recent news that Microsoft laid off 10,000 developers. But what they don't tell you is they hire, well, not developers, 10,000 people. It's not just developers, 10,000 people. But what they don't tell you is between 2021 and 2022, they hired 40,000 people. So it's not like they're just getting rid of 10,000 people out of the blue. They hired too many people. And if you look at the difference between 2021 and now, that's still 30,000 people that got hired between then and now. It's just they overhired a little bit. You can also see that they did the same thing back in 2013. They overhired and then they had to lay some off here. So, yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. And probably there's going to be more layoffs because that's a lot of people to just straight up hire. Yeah, I don't know. I think I also saw a Reddit comment. Somebody mentioned that they worked at Microsoft and they were like, yeah, they're having us train all of these overseas developers, and I feel like I'm going to be the next one to get laid. It feels like I'm training people just so that they can lay me off. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you can actually trust those YouTube comments, but I don't know. All right, I need to go grab some water. You should go grab some water too. Stand up, stretch a little bit. When I get back, we'll answer some more questions. So I will see you in about 42 seconds. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Apparently, I was gone longer than 42 seconds, but a new person just asked why are there baked beans? And the answer is it's an old stream meme. So if you check out my YouTube channel, I have a playlist of a bunch of old streams, like oldies but goodies. So over on my YouTube, there's a playlist called Coding Garden Classics, or Classic Coding Garden. And the stream where the beans showed up was this one, Modeling a SQL Database. So this stream was from March 19th of 2020. It's got 128,000 views. Just saying. Just we designed this SQL database, and it was an inventory system, and I kept using a can of baked beans as an example because if you're putting beans into your inventory system, there's a lot of things to think about, especially in terms of like data normalization. Like one can of beans, the unique thing about it is potentially the purchase date and the expiration date. But everything else about that can of beans is the same. So you can normalize that data across different tables, like item info, that kind of thing. And so I kept reaching for baked beans as an example. That's why we have baked beans. But if you're interested in that, you can check it out here. Yeah, I mean, we haven't worked on that app in a while, but still, there's a lot of value in the actual just design of the database. You could put toast in your database too, yeah. But to talk about this really quick, you can see that baked beans is actually a candle. My wife made that for me for Christmas like a year or two ago. She literally like created a candle and put it in the baked beans can. I don't want to burn it because, yeah. Oh, I guess that's true. You wouldn't really have toast in your inventory system. You would have bread. Bread in your inventory system. What did programmer just say? A can of beans sounds like a can of worms. Yeah. I mean, talking about that stuff. Okay. I missed a few things. Early in my career, I had a temp job where I created the reporting tools and they hired someone else for the permanent posting. I had to train the guy who used the tools I made. What a kick in the teeth. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It happens, though. It made me famous. A lot of people found me because of that database design video. Does it smell good? I actually have no idea. It's a soy-based candle? I've been coding for over 15 years, professionally for like 10 years. All right, this question comes from Codex, who says, what tech stack do you refuse to use? None. I feel like I would have, it would, so here's the thing, I mean, the answer again is, it depends, right? Like, if I go to work for a company and they're using a thing, I'm going to learn that thing, right? If it's written in Perl, I guess I'm just going to learn it. I mean, I don't just write off any technology. Like, these things exist for a reason. People use them for things, right? And you could literally put me anywhere in the stack, front end, back end. I'll figure it out. That's my mentality. Now, I might not have a good time, and it might take me longer to get up to speed if it, especially when I think about it, like functional programming, is something I have very little experience with, and I feel like would take me a really long time to get up to speed. So any like Haskell or yeah, I guess you're right, job satisfaction, but the thing is, if I talked about this earlier, but like if the company is good and the team is good and they treat their employees well, like I'm willing to do anything to work at a company that treats me well. To sum it all up, what are the other functional programming languages? Like Elixir? Is Elixir functional? This database video. There it is. I think that's the one, right? Maybe. Honestly, this just looks like Python. I don't know. Haskell scares me. I mean, I guess it doesn't scare me. Haskell is just like nothing I've ever seen before. So like, it would take me a long time to really understand how to write code this way and what this code is doing. Yeah. So functional programming itself is just like a paradigm, just like, so OCaml is another functional programming language. Technically, you can do functional programming in JavaScript, but what's nice about JavaScript is you often see like a mix of object-oriented and functional. It's kind of like the best of both worlds. Let square equal this. Square 3. Yeah, I couldn't tell you what this code was doing without learning a little bit. But yeah, so functional programming itself, there's a few functional programming concepts. One of the main ones is immutability. So you do not mutate data. Another one is pure functions, and that a function that takes input it takes a certain input, always returns the same output. So that function does not access things from the outside world or have any sort of side effects. It only does one thing and always does the same thing. So it's very predictable. So you have immutability, pure functions, and then composition. So in object-oriented programming, it has the idea of inheritance. So like you create a base class that has certain functionality, and then you create a subclass that inherits all of that functionality and adds a little bit more. But what you learn about is that pretty often starts to break down because you're like forcing things to be a certain thing because of inheritance. Whereas with functional programming, you just have a bunch of small functions that you can compose together, composable, to create the functionality that you need. So that's why when people say composition over inheritance, they're talking about like composition of functions versus inheritance of classes, or inheritance of objects. As a mathematician, a pure function is just a function. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people that have like a big math background will actually do really well in like OCaml or like Haskell. But for me, I've just written too much mutable code and stuff like that. Yeah, like Lisp is another thing that's like crazy to look at. Let's see some examples. Like this. Like this. You still do composition to OP. Yeah. Is Rust functional? Difference between a functional language and a scripting language. I wouldn't compare the two because you can have a scripting language that is functional, and you can have a functional language that is not a scripting language, if that makes sense. So like JavaScript, you could consider as a scripting language, and it has functional aspects to it, but it isn't a purely functional language. If you look at like Haskell, purely functional, OCaml's purely functional, Lisp, purely functional. These programming languages don't have any sort of object-oriented concepts in them. As far as I know, I might be overreaching with that statement, but that's one way to think about them. Whereas JavaScript isn't just a functional programming language. It has functional aspects like first-class functions, and if you're strict enough, you can write code that is only functional, but the language doesn't restrict you to functional programming. Yeah, what's up, Ankita? I'm 25 with a finance background. Is it possible to learn to code now? Yeah, definitely. It's never too late. And there are a lot of people that are self-taught, come from many different backgrounds, and then get into software engineering. If you... I have this playlist, over on my YouTube channel. Talks about how to get started with coding. Talks about why I think web dev and JavaScript is the first thing you should learn. But I also talk about how you could potentially learn other things. But yeah, I think you could do it. Yeah, Objective-C has what's called message passing syntax. And it's a doozy. Honestly, back to the question, what tech stack would I refuse to use? I just had the darndest time in Objective-C. So this was back when I was writing Objective-C when the iPad originally got released. And it's just so flippin' weird. I mean, the idea with the message passing, like, and I guess what I didn't like about it was that there are just strings everywhere. Like, you literally have strings with, like, method names and stuff like that. I can't find a good example of it. But that results in, like, potential typos and stuff because you would be passing the name of the method as a string. It just felt really wonky. So yeah, Objective-C is weird. I mean, these days people are using Swift anyways. They're not even using Objective-C, but yeah. F# is functional. So F# is a functional programming language in the .NET ecosystem. So if you've heard of C#, C# is in the .NET ecosystem. F# is a functional programming language that works within the same ecosystem. So all of the like standard libraries and like built-in stuff to .NET that's available in C#, it's available in F#, but it is a functional programming language. Let's learn it. See what it looks like. basics. Look at that. It seems, I mean, this feels more like, it looks more like Python to me than like Haskell or OCaml. This seems doable. This looks more like Haskell, like this pipe operator. I don't know what this does. Never mind. We go deeper and I can't do it. Pattern matching. But this does have object support. So this is like objects inside of your functional programming. Cool. Cool. Yeah, so Davin says started at 35. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that come late to the game, but you can still have a productive career. You can still get a job. Yeah. Is SQL functional? No. No. I mean, you can... actually, like, there are no... In the base SQL language, so, like, SQL itself is a standardized language that all of the other database management systems, they branch off of. So all of them use the base SQL dialect, but they have their own specific stuff. Earlier, I was talking about Postgres and JSON aggregation. That's not in the SQL spec. That's specific to Postgres. And so things like stored procedures, I actually don't know if there's a stored procedure built into the SQL language. That's really what I was going to search for, because stored procedures are a way of writing functions like directly in your database, like functions that live in your database and can execute from your database. But I don't think they're in the SQL language itself. Yeah. Apple is full turning to Swift rewriting foundation framework. Oh. Yeah. The guys who created C# and F#, were they musicians? No, they're programmers with jokes, right? So first came the C programming language. It wasn't the first, but it was a pretty influential language. And then came along C++, and that's a programmer joke because that's like C++. It's the next C++. And then C# came along to say that it's kind of like another play on C. Yeah. It's all programmer jokes. I guess, like, Sharp, I don't know, there's probably a reasoning around the name. Because, like, Sharp is a music concept, right? Like, it's like half a step up. I don't know. Hate semantic MySpace? Yeah, I mean, I haven't worked extensively in a language like that, so it would take some getting used to. Yeah. Lisp makes you think in lists. Yeah. That's the other thing, is like a lot of newer devs that learned like JavaScript first, it's harder to wrap your mind around like map, filter, reduce. Whereas some of these other languages, it's like that's how you do things in that language and you can't program without them. So it's like you have to learn that stuff first. Is mayonnaise functional? No. Plus on top of plus is sharp? Okay, I could get that. Yeah. But also it's a half step up in music, so I don't know. This is fun to talk about all this other stuff. We always just talk about JavaScript here. All right, if you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. It'll bubble up. It looks like we are... I mean, there's questions here, but I only want to answer questions from people that are in the chat right now. So if you have a question, feel free to ask. But otherwise... Cool. I'll answer this really quick, and then we'll get into Daddy Ray's question, which we could try to demonstrate with some code. So Shintai says, I'm endlessly searching for a package or framework that lets me build workflow processes on the front end. This is for users modeling out their business logic visually. Let me show you the one that I found. It specifically works with React. It's going to take me a second to find it. But like React flow diagram. Let's see what pops up. Is it React Flow? This is the one. This one's really cool. If you look at some of the examples. Also, it's interesting. When I first found this library, I was like, what is React Flow Pro? Like, how do you offer a JavaScript library but like don't offer all the features? But React Flow Pro, as far as I could tell, is a bunch of examples with the base library. So it potentially is worth it, like if they have some examples that you want to see. But if we, for instance, look at like drag and drop, it's loading. We have this. We can add. How do I add more nodes? Yeah, and I'm not faulting them for that. This is like one way to make money from an open source project. It's great, right? But I'm also saying you don't necessarily need their examples because the library itself is open source, and if you would just have to put in the work of, I see you drag from here. Whoa, look at that. You would have to put in the work of figuring those things out, and the pro version like gives you that. So this is the kind of thing that you can do with it. Your code looks like this. We also want to see, like, auto layout is... I was looking into this because my... what's the word for, like, my life work? Like, the thing that I do that, like, has, like, a huge impact on the world and such? Whatever it is, it's going to be... the way I've thought it... My magnum opus is going to be something like this, but so much more. So I've been looking into tools like this because I want to be able to create like interactive diagrams like this. Let's see. This is cool because it has like auto layout too. Oh yeah, so is it drag and drop? You can drag the nodes and drop onto another node. Yeah. Glad to hear it, Heinz too. Congrats on passing. But what I want to do is I want to create a roadmap that is highly interactive, that has like video lessons and articles embedded in each of the nodes, and is also a framework for other people to create essentially trees like this. Yeah. Oh yeah, no worries, Shintai. we're just showing example. Like you can do some really cool stuff with this. Because like I said, like if you look at this, you click on it, you kind of get a thing over here. I also want people to be able to create their own trees, right? So you take any expert, somebody that really knows a field or a subject, and they have a tool where they can build out like a little learning tree or a skill tree like this, and then other people can use that to learn the thing. Because I think that's another potential critique of roadmap is like this is one particular front-end developer's view of the roadmap here. Now, obviously, it's open source and people have contributed to it, but it's kind of guided by like the main creator of this. Whereas it would be really cool if you could see the Coding Garden front-end roadmap, or the Wes Bos front-end roadmap, or the Traversy Media front-end roadmap, like how each person thinks about the roadmap and they could create their own. Also, that could plug into like course videos and stuff like that. I don't know. I eventually want to do something like that. So something like this would make sense. So what Shintai mentioned they found is view flow. Which is this. Whoa, this is slick. This looks great for Vue.js. This looks nice. Wow, okay. This is it. At the time, I could only find this. I didn't actually find anything for React. I might use this. Look at their examples. This is dope. So you can enhance. You can drag these around. Roadmaps? No, I'm not going to call it a roadmap either, because I think that's the other thing is like right now, especially like in the learning community, the term roadmap is it's a little bit spoiled. Like people hear roadmap and they like think of this, or they think of potentially scammy YouTube videos that like talk about not every YouTube video talking about a roadmap is scammy. It's just there are some out there that are. So I want to come up with my own language and terms for it. Yeah, and the new Boston, like one of the original like YouTube creators for video. Actually, that's actually a funny story. Recently I was learning how to play backgammon with my wife, and I searched for like backgammon. I I don't know. I guess I don't even remember what beginner strategy, I guess. And would you look at this? The New Boston actually started out as having backgammon tutorials. And if you don't know who the New Boston is, they were like one of the first YouTube channels that had programming tutorials. And if you've seen videos from like Traversy Media, he even cites the New Boston as like being some like his inspiration for stuff. But it's fascinating to see, like, if you go further enough back in time, the New Boston was doing other things. So I learned some backgammon strategy from the New Boston. And it's funny because, like, I started watching the video and I was like, yeah, this voice sounds familiar, but okay. And then I was like, oh, it's him. It's that guy. How to cheat in backgammon? Is that in there? Bucky. Yeah, that's his name. Cool. Yeah, so I'm glad you found that, Shintai. I'll probably look into ViewFlow too. It's funny because, like, I actually built something like this from scratch a long time ago in desktop development. So I was using WPF and C#, and I couldn't find anything like it that existed, and I was doing a similar thing with like workflows. So I built something like that a long time ago. To see these kinds of things just running in the web browser, and they look so freaking sweet, like. This is awesome. Like, you can do some really cool stuff with web dev these days. Yeah, so I've heard of Node-RED. I know a lot of people use Node-RED for, browser-based flow. Yeah, so I actually haven't used this before. I know a lot of people build apps around it. And Cedrix, thank you for the Prime. You're new. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Thanks for all these follows, too, everybody. Okay. This question comes from Samik. What tools do you use to draft or maybe chart business logic for a new project? I don't have a lot of experience with this. Really, any diagramming tool that you have at your disposal will work. In my experience, I've used Lucidchart. These days, you probably could get away with just using like Excalidraw. Really, anything that supports. I mean, it's really relevant that we were just talking about this. Anything that supports any kind of like diagramming works. And in the past, I've used Lucidchart, especially when working with non-coders or like non-technical people. Anybody can get in here and like start to create a diagram. So that's what I've used in the past. But again, like there's free tools that'll do it too, like Excalidraw. I think even Excalidraw has like collaboration features now. Yeah. So even this could work for you. CTMNZ is mentioning Mermaid. Mermaid is really cool because you basically can create charts with text alone. Yeah, draw.io is another option. I don't know if they have collaboration. But this is all browser-based. I think they have a desktop app that you can use too. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. All right. Mermaid is a thing, but you have text that looks like this. So you literally have a text document that says graph, TD, and then you have your nodes, and that will generate this graph. Similarly, you can create a sequence diagram. So you have Alice and Bob as participants. Alice says to John, "Hello, John, how are you?" You then have a loop called health check that goes from John to John that says, "Fight against hypochondria." You then have a note to the right of John. So you write this code, plug it into Mermaid, and it generates this. So I think Mermaid is nice for probably more technical people because, like, if you're used to describing things in this way, it's really slick because you could you literally just commit this to your repo, right? You just have the text here, and then Mermaid can automatically generate these things. So yeah, it depends on your team and who you're working with, but something like Mermaid is really cool. And the other thing is you can have plugins for Markdown. So you can have Markdown plugins that render these kinds of things. So this code can literally be in Markdown documentation and then render out the Mermaid graph. So you got options. I'll say in the past, I've used Lucidchart. These days, I'd probably reach for like Excalidraw. And if my team was purely technical, I'd probably use something like Mermaid. Yeah. Oh, GitHub is supporting Mermaid now? That's the other cool thing is like you don't have to generate the images. That's awesome. Yeah, so you have a little code block called Mermaid, and GitHub will actually show these diagrams in your Markdown as well. That's really cool. Yeah. What's up, Triple Smile? We have a like find a pair channel in our Discord. If you wanna pose that question over there, maybe you can find somebody to learn data structures and algorithms with you. Cool. You built something for Visual SQL queries. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. All right. Thank you for your question, Samik. Here we go. Daddy Ray has a code. We're going to write some code. We've just been talking for hours. Let's write some code. Daddy Ray says, is there a way to filter an array that has value that's in two different parts of an array in Node.js? Can you send me an example on GitHub gist? So if you go to gist.github.com or even on CodePen, send me an example of the data you're trying to filter, and I'll write an example for you. Yeah, you're welcome, Samik. What's up, Veritatas? Welcome in. Is there a way to filter an array that has value that's in two different parts of an array? If I was like, I don't know exactly what you mean, but if you had something like, and you want to say, what is the thing that is repeated in that array? It'd be good to see some examples, because I don't know exactly what you're asking. What's up, Jmontoast? As I used to use C# to do desktop stuff, what made you change to web? The fact that web browsers have gotten so good, they are like the ultimate application delivery platform. And as things like, so it used to be that if you wanted to create highly interactive things on the web, you needed to use like a Java applet or a Flash embed. But these days, you don't need to do that. So we have Canvas, we have, or like ActiveX if you're on Windows. You have all these things built into web browsers where you can do super interactive things that you used to only be able to do like in native applications. Now, obviously, there are certain scenarios where you need or you would want a native application, but even the things that I was building as desktop apps back then, when I started to learn about web dev and like the things you could do in the browser with like AngularJS and stuff, I was like, this is the answer. So like I already knew C#, and so I could build APIs with C#, but now if I expose those as a JSON API instead of like a server-rendered ASP.NET app, if I expose it as JSON, now I can start to build web pages that use that same data. So that's basically where I started to get into web dev, because I was like, these same things just become instantly more accessible. So like the company I was working at, they used to have like company issued iPads and iPhones. And if I wanted to build an internal application, I would have had to have like, we would have needed some sort of like corporate app distribution infrastructure to get it working on like iOS and stuff like that. But if I just build it as a web page hosted in a SharePoint, as like a static app hosted in SharePoint, then now people can instantly use that app on iOS or on an iPad without needing to install anything. So yeah, so it's I just got to the point where I was like, what, like if you're not trying to do super native things, then the web makes a whole lot of sense because you can use it in so many other places. Yeah, capacitor makes sense if you're really trying to do native things. Yeah, so capacitor.js is kind of like a JavaScript bridge into native. But again, you still have to deal with that app distribution problem. Yeah. Yeah, what's up, ZHCX Live? Sorry for the burp. I'm highly advanced in HTML and Sass, but I have almost zero clue about JavaScript. What's the best way to start with it? Just start writing code. There's 1,000,001 free resources on learning JavaScript. And kind of just like learn the basics from one, like a video or a course, and then just start to try and build things. What do I want to recommend? The Odin project, I do believe has like a section on learning JavaScript. It's completely free curriculum. So if you look at like the full stack JavaScript section and then look at JavaScript, full course on learning JavaScript, and it's also project based. So you've got that. There's also free code camp. I always say that free code camp is a little more hand-holdy because with free code camp, you're typically writing the code directly in the editor, whereas the Odin project, it wants you to be using like your own standalone editor and you're running all the tools locally. So it's a bit closer to what you'd be doing in the real world. Whereas free code camp, a lot of it is just embedded in the browser, but it's still pretty good. Those are definitely the best resources. And then just search YouTube. There's 1,000,001 intro to JavaScript videos. Let's see. Yeah, Programming with Mosh, really good channel. I mean, that video, I mean, it's 5 minutes long. You're going to need to spend longer than 5 minutes to learn JavaScript. Yeah, even the Free Code Camp YouTube channel has videos on it. It depends on how you like to learn. Do you like to watch videos? Do you like to read articles? Traversy Media is another really good resource. Yeah. And then this one's popped up lately. Anya is her name. She has a YouTube channel as well, but a lot of the stuff she builds is focused on like browser-based games and stuff. And so if you're looking for like interesting things or you're interested in web dev games, you can check her out too. And then, I mean, I didn't mention me. I have a YouTube channel, but I haven't done the work of making like an intro to JS stuff. But you can check me out over here. I do have this playlist called Learning Starts Here, and I have a video talking about what programming language should you learn first. I talk about free online resources. Really, I mentioned like Free Code Camp and the stuff that I just talked about. And then I have some more like basic stuff. But honestly, I need to get in on the intro to JavaScript course on YouTube. I don't have one yet. But welcome in. Are you a streamer? You're a partner. Shouts out. What do you do? Warum bin ich hier? Nice. Nice. Hey, what's up, Parasocial Fix? Welcome in. Amara says, new here, learning C#. Do I have any tips for you? I don't. I mean, everything I learned about C#, I learned from their docs. Like the Microsoft C# docs are really good. There's some videos from, what's his name? Scott Hanselman. Like learn.net. It's like a literal .NET channel. Does this have stuff from Scott Hanselman? Also, C# Fritz. Shout out to our friend. He's a streamer here. He does a lot of Blazor and like C# stuff here as well. I spelled it wrong. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, I was waiting on an example from Daddy Ray. You sent it in a Discord DM. All right, I'll check it out. Nice. Lol Slots is working on the Odin project right now. Nice. Can you confirm you still have to deal with the headache of getting apps approved by Apple and Google? I haven't built a native mobile app in a long time. But as far as I know, yeah, basically any app you try to launch in the Play Store or the iOS store, there's an entire approval process. And what we did at my last company, because we actually had native iOS and Android developers, is we would always submit to the Apple Store first because it's a much stricter thing. And basically, if you can get approved by the Apple Store, I think even the Google Play Store you can show them that you already have an iOS app, and it's much easier to get that approval afterwards. Welcome in, Maria. Starting to code. Nice, nice. Yeah, glad to hear it, ZHC. Say thank you to your cousin. Thank you for recommending me. Best wishes, Rob. Just started as a tech lead. Do your best. I think you got promoted for a reason, right? You put in the work. Just do your best. You can look into... Actually, I don't have any like leadership resources that I can recommend, but if I talk about the kind of leaders that I like, they're the ones that trust the people that they're leading, right? You empower the people under you. You don't micromanagement them. You basically, you remove blockers for them. You like lift them up and basically if they're doing good stuff, you let other leads and other people in the company know that they are. And also, I guess that's one of the main things is like, just trust your team, right? You're tech leading a team. Let them do the hard work, and you can just manage all the other stuff. Yeah, welcome in, Simply Shane. Used to code, want to get back? Nice. Yeah, in terms of not being sure where to start, definitely check out that playlist I mentioned. It's a launching off point. Like, I don't have all the answers, but I have some answers, and it's going to help you figure out what other questions you want to ask. So you can definitely check that out. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, there are other resources. Yeah, so if you look at Web Dev Simplified, I don't know if Binawad has any like beginner JavaScript tutorials. Really, all I was doing was showing you that if you search YouTube, the top results are the top results for a reason. Like, you can't go wrong watching one of these videos. And I think the other thing is, like, it's only a 48-minute video. It says learn JavaScript in an hour. You're not going to learn JavaScript in an hour. You're going to be exposed to it. You're going to see Mosh program with it. But the way you learn it is by doing it. And I mean, the reason I would recommend it is because, like, I mean, he's a good programmer. He has a good channel. He's going to teach you the basics, but you still need to go do it. That's really all I was doing, was like pointing at videos that, like, I know of these creators and I know that they make good stuff, so you can at least trust it. Also, if you watch a video and it's not good, it's not the end of the world. That was only 48 minutes of your time, you know? So, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I use, if you check out the frequently asked questions, I use DuckDuckGo as my default search engine, so it lets me, like, jump between things. All right. Still a headache with cross-platform? Yeah, it is. I mean, Capacitor seems nice, and I think if you're going to be using all of, like, if you don't need any custom native code, and you can just use the official native code plugins, it's probably going to be fine. A lot of the stuff is kind of just built into it. Where I had a lot of headaches was with Ionic. And the main headaches I had were with the component library. But in Ionic is kind of like built to work. It's from the same team that does Capacitor, but you actually can use Capacitor without Ionic. I don't know. I haven't done it recently enough to give you a good advice. Welcome in, Lidnan. I'm studying C#. Now I got to get my first job. Kind of nervous. I'll be an intern. Can I comment about what to expect? Yeah, I think any company that hires you for an entry-level position, or any company that like is hiring like junior devs, they know what they're getting into. They know that it's going to take you some time to get up to speed, and typically a good company is going to give you that time, right? Like, they're not going to just immediately dump a bunch of responsibility onto you. They're going to gradually introduce you to the system, right? Like, I mean, depending on the size of the company and anything else, you might be just getting set up for like the first week or 2 weeks you're at the company, where you're getting your laptop set up, you're learning about like the internal websites and stuff like that, and you're not actually writing code yet. Now, obviously it depends. It depends on the company size and like how they do things, but you can expect things are going to move much slower than school moved. Yeah, this is my break timer. So yeah, you can expect you're going to have time to get ramped up. You can expect, especially if you have like a team lead or a tech lead, they are going to be like reviewing your code and kind of like guiding you through things. But it depends. Like, it varies from company to company. But if I had any advice, it would be just relax. You already got the job. They hired you for a reason. You got through the interviews. At this point, just do your best and try to learn as much as you can. Yeah. No worries, Rob. Oh, yeah, the .NET Ninja... Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't want to go without mentioning people. Like, the .NET Ninja actually doesn't do .NET. I mean, he does some .NET, but a lot of his recent stuff is JavaScript focused. He's another good resource as well. Honestly, any YouTube channel that like has a decent following, decent number of views, you can probably trust to watch. And I think the thing is, like, it's not the end of the world if a YouTube video tells you something that is wrong, because it's just code and you can figure out the right way to do it. But yeah, my positive vibes cannot leave me. I think they can, but I think my advice overall is just like, be open to it, right? Be open to it. Yeah, check out 100 Devs. Shouts out to Learn with Leon. Really, we're just shouting out a bunch of creators right now. Learn with Leon is great. I think we shouted out C# Fritz earlier. Learn with Leon is part of the 100 Devs community. Yeah. I think it makes sense for big full stack project to use something like SvelteKit or Nuxt, or a combination of Nuxt and Vue and Ruby on Rails Laravel for the backend. It depends. Like, if the app has been around for a long time and the backend is already written in Ruby on Rails or Laravel, you probably want to go like the hybrid approach. If it's being written from scratch, these days, it might make sense to reach for something like SvelteKit or Nuxt. Now, SvelteKit is pretty new, and Nuxt 3 is also pretty new, so you're dealing with a newer ecosystem, but the trends are moving in that direction, where most new apps are going to be built with these full-featured frameworks rather than just the front-end library itself. So, yeah. Free Bootcamp by Frontend Masters? Yeah, check that out, too. Frontend Masters, I think, has quite a few free courses as well. What's my opinion about the state of JS in 2023? It's fine. It's not any different than it's always been. New libraries are popping up. People have opinions. Yeah, You Don't Know JS is a good book series. I don't know if the latest version is open source, but the previous edition, you can read all of these online for free, and then I think they have print versions too. And then Kyle Simpson is currently working on the second edition. But yeah, and again, I guess I was recommending, if we're talking about learning to code, basically find all the resources. Don't just depend on one resource. Don't just watch a YouTube video and think you know everything. You still need to build things. Don't just read an article and think you know everything. Build things. Don't just read a book and think you know everything. Build things. And take all your learnings from everything. But you can learn from videos, articles, books. Eloquent JavaScript is another good starting point for JavaScript. In my experience, like, this book can get a little too technical early on. It depends. It depends on your background, but it is another free book that you can learn JavaScript from. But definitely check that out. There's JavaScript is it JavaScript for cats? Is this free? Yeah. This is, I don't think it's a book, but it is a free online resource as well. I don't know. Oh, sorry about that, Daddy Ray. Honestly, if I answer it and then like clip the video, is that all right? There's a lot happening in the chat, so it's great that you can break stuff without getting in trouble. We would be bad architects if we didn't. Yeah. Obviously, like, depending on where you're writing that code, you could actually break things, but any decent company and any decent lead has set things up in a way that not just anyone can break stuff. Like, there are gates and checks in the way. Chaos testing. Stas says, I watched 5 to 6 videos about React to understand things. I don't like some of them, but they were still helpful. The thing is not to fall into tutorial hell. Yeah, build. And that's basically it. Like, the only way you're going to get good at this stuff is by doing. You could read a million books, watch a million videos, and honestly, the same thing applies to any other skill you're trying to learn. But I think especially because there's so many video resources, it's really easy to fall into that trap of only watching videos and not actually doing anything. But doing things is how you learn. It's how you learn. Yeah. I get that, Acid Spark. Yeah, file-based routing. Parasocial Fix says, should beginners spend money on paid courses, or that's just the stuff that you get when you get paid courses through the job? It depends. It depends. I think if you know of a creator that you like the teaching style of, there's nothing wrong with spending money on a course, right? If you're spending money on something that someone advertised and you're purely going off of advertising, that's where you potentially could, and that's potentially where like scams start to pop up, where people are offering courses that actually don't provide any value. But a lot of people that do provide courses also have freely available materials, so you can learn if you like their material. Like if you look at Wes Boss, He has a ton of course, like his courses are heavily regarded. You have the Gatsby course, beginner JavaScript. He has a React course, ES6 course, but you don't have to just immediately drop $100 on his course to know if you're going to like it or not. You could look at him on YouTube. You can see, like, do I jive with his teaching style? Like, that kind of thing. You can also just search the web for reviews of people that have taken those courses. So my take on this is, obviously don't take courses at face value, but if a creator has something that they're making available that you can pay for, that's how they're making a living. And if you want to support them because you like their teaching style, then go for it, right? Like, also, you have the aspect of, you work at a company and they have a learning budget. I think that's another good way to support creators, right? Because if it's the company is the one that's paying for the course, obviously you should still do the research and like make sure you find a course that is legitimate and like has good reviews and stuff like that. But the fact that your company is paying for it is like another way to potentially support these kinds of creators. So I think it varies. Obviously, don't just go buy anything. Do your own research. But I guarantee that like 80% of the people in the chat right now have learned something from some kind of video course. Not 80, I don't know. I don't have a number. I'm just throwing numbers out there. Type 1 in chat if you paid for a course and you've learned something from it. It's just another resource. Like, obviously, it's not going to be the only resource. And any course that is advertising itself as like, this is the last course you'll ever need for this specific thing, obviously they're trying to scam you. And like, don't buy that course. Just be pragmatic about it like you would for anything. So, learn basic in high school. Nice. Do I think AI will take over dev jobs? Not anytime soon. I mean, you could talk about like 5 to 10 years, maybe. But right now, just keep learning. Keep learning, because I think we will get to a point where like the majority of the people employed in our field have quite a bit of experience, because at that point we're essentially becoming expert AI-assisted expert validators. Yeah. Until then, you can become an expert. I don't know. Talk to me again in like 5 years. Can you just copy paste from Stack Overflow? Yeah, but you won't really learn a lot. Same thing goes for just copy pasting from a tutorial. Because you don't have original thought, because you don't potentially understand everything in that code, you're not really learning much. If you see a Stack Overflow answer and you analyze it, right? You see the code that they've written. You try to understand every line of code and why they wrote that line of code. That's how you should be doing it, right? Because now you're learning, and next time you don't need to go to Stack Overflow. You understand the concept, so you can just do it yourself. But yeah. Do I have a hard time choosing one specialty in programming and sticking to it? No, I mean, these days I just do web dev. I think that's why a lot of people that don't know me and don't know my past, like, they don't. But I mean, you could see in the conversation today, like we talked about mobile development, we talked about .NET, we talked about functional programming, we talked about all kinds of things that I've done in my past. But these days I use web dev for most stuff, and it works. What's up, John? Welcome in. $100 is Copilot for a year? Might be worth it. I haven't used it. Build. Yeah, but when you need a way to evaluate how good is what you've built, what needs fixing, what can be improved, you need to know good code for that. Yeah, and I will say it's harder to find good resources online that tell you how to write good code. We were talking about this earlier, like code craftsmanship, clean code, those kinds of things, and that's definitely harder to do. Yeah, and I think another point on the topic of should you pay for courses, there's 1,000,001 free courses as well, so you don't necessarily have to pay for it. But I think it also comes down to just supporting people in the field, right? Like, I don't think, I mean, obviously I'm biased. You're seeing me here. I have a YouTube channel. I create tutorials. I don't have any paid tutorials right now, but I eventually will have paid tutorials. And my opinion is, if you like me, if you want to support me, and you like my teaching style, what's wrong with paying for that course? Is it a scam just because I launched a course? I don't think so. I wrote a little bit of code today, but Daddy Ray had to leave. I'm going to see if Daddy Ray responded, because they asked a specific code question. If not, we'll pick some code to write. Shady Fight says, inspires me so much that a kid in a poor country could get an old PC and still be able to code. Yeah, it's pretty sweet, huh? Look at all these people who paid for tutorials, except for Cozy. Cozy didn't, and learned something, right? It's like, obviously, there's going to be people that got scammed because they bought a thing that isn't what it said it was, but there are still valuable resources out there that someone put a lot of time and effort into that are worth paying for. So, but But again, I'm biased because I'm gonna launch a course and I want you to buy it. What's up, Brave? I'm getting into software dev and do game development on the side for hobby. Nice, welcome in. Glad to have you. Nice. Yeah, and some people don't, and that's fine. I think I don't pay for courses, right? Like I'm at a point in my career where if I want to learn something, I go to the docs or I just start using the thing. Like I don't necessarily need to be guided like a lot of people do, but that's just me. And I think not everyone gets to that point or not everyone does it that way, but early on in your career and early on as someone, especially someone who's self-taught, it's really hard to do that. Like documentation typically is not very accessible for beginners. So to have someone guide you through that, I think is valuable and potentially worth exchanging money for. Brave says, I use Code Academy, but no videos, mostly writing. Yeah, and I think that's the same thing. People learn better from various types of resources. I do suggest you try multiple, because I think like the way our brains work, taking things, like experiencing things in different modalities, like video versus written versus spoken versus like actually hands-on, all of those are ways for us to learn. And so I suggest doing all of them if you can. Yeah. What's up, Corn? I've done code katas in the past. Yeah, I mean, this is one thing I can recommend, and it's free! It's free on YouTube. You can watch as much as you want. I have over 60 episodes where I solved code katas live on stream. And I solved them in multiple ways. So, look, it's free. You don't got to pay for this. It's free. It's free. It's just... and they range in difficulty, so I start pretty beginner, and then sometimes I'll spend like 3 episodes on the same problem because it's so hard. More recently on my YouTube channel, I did these videos on beginner concepts like fizzbuzz, reverse a string, and find the minimum. But I think the main thing about how I teach to solve problems like this is I solve it in multiple ways, because one thing you'll learn about programming is there's not just one good way to do a thing. And learning about all the possible ways is good, because you can start to figure out what is your style, how do you like to solve things, So yeah, so if you look at these videos, I basically take a very simple problem and then just like beat it to death, solving it a million different ways and showing you a lot of like JavaScript features as well. I think somebody asked about like what is Code Wars, or yeah, what is Code Wars and Code Katas? The first video in this playlist actually shows you how to sign up on the website. This one right here. Oh, thank you, Spotmonk. I appreciate that. I haven't used ChatGPT much. I know a lot of people have started to use it as like that's their Google now. They ask it questions first. I haven't. I've used it for more creative endeavors. Like I've asked it to generate like chords to a song or lyrics to a song, or to generate poems or haikus. It's pretty cool for that. I haven't really used it for like tech stuff. Yeah, cool. Yeah, Pablo says, I paid for TypeScript for Matt Pocock. At the end of the day, I do most of the things, but it's totally worth it. I think that's the other thing is, like, you can just learn from watching other developers, right? You see their workflow. You see what are the tools that they use. Like, how do they go about solving problems? Like, it's not just that... When you're thinking about courses, it's not just that the course has, like, locked away this information and that's the only place that you can get that information. You're getting that information from a different person, right? You're getting a different perspective on that information, which, like I've talked about earlier, could potentially like jive with you more and how you think about it. Yeah. Oh, thank you, old school rapper. I realize what your name actually is, but I'm gonna keep calling you old school rapper. Yeah. Yeah, code katas are like leak code, but actually a lot easier. I mean, some of them anyways. Like leak code, I think you can start easy, but it immediately like ramps up in difficulty. Whereas Code Wars, you can specifically stick with like very simple problems very, very early on. So 8Q is going to be the easiest, 1Q is the hardest, but there are 1,000,001 8Q questions that you can just press. So there are 381 here, not 1,000,001, I'm exaggerating. There's over 300 coding problems that are super easy, like price of mangoes. Let's look at this. There's a 3 for 2 or 2 for 1 offer on mangoes. For a given quantity and price, calculate the total cost of the mangoes. Yeah. 2 mangoes for $3, $6. Wait, what? 2 mangoes for $3, $6 plus a $1 plus 1 mango for free. I don't know. We could figure out how to solve that. But this is the problem description, and then you put your code in here, and then it has tests that it runs against your code. Honestly, let's try to solve that after I get through the chat. Oh, thank you, Oscar. It seems like a lot of beginners are finding me today, so I appreciate you all for showing up. We'll write some code. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, John. Like, just got to do it. I mean, the single reason would be, like, performance, honestly. And most mobile apps actually don't have to care about performance. I don't know. Shameful Manatee. How far into a language do you recommend going before venturing out and learning new languages? It depends. Like, I think early on in your coding journey, it can get confusing if you try to do too much at once. I would say if you have built, I don't know, I'm just spitballing. Let's say you've built 2 or 3 large projects with a given language, or it doesn't have to be large. They could be medium-sized. 2 or 3 projects where you put a bunch of work into it. You got a lot of experience with that language. You probably have enough experience that you can venture off and not be too confused. You can take your learnings and apply them in some other place. I don't know. That's my answer. 2 to 3 medium to large-sized projects. Yeah, LeetCode is good too, but I think Code Wars is definitely good for like super beginners. LeetCode can get a little hard, a little fast. So if you want web dev specific, I don't know. There's a website that has front end coding problems. Does anybody know what it's called? Is it Front End Mentor? Yes, this is it. This is what you're thinking of, Samik. Now, I don't know if they have the same kind of automated testing, because the thing is, to automatically test plain old JavaScript code, super easy. Like, you have your expected input, your expected output. To automatically test front-end code gets a lot trickier, but these are good prompts, especially if you want to practice things. So this literally is create a Connect 4 game. And they give you the prompt, they give you the assets, and they tell you what it needs to do. Now it's your job to just like build the thing. And so they have a bunch of other projects like that too. So it'd be a good place to start. Full stack open. Oh, that's the course from like Sweden, isn't it? University of Finland. Look, I'm American. I'm not very good at geography. It's from Finland. Yeah, I've heard good things about this too. I personally haven't gone through it, but that's another way to learn like full stack dev. Front-end Mentor has no testing, yeah. But at the end of the day, like I talked about earlier, you need to just build things. If you're looking for what do I build in order to practice? This has some good stuff. So if I look at just like free and newbie, these are a bunch of projects where you can practice front-end dev. This mostly seems like it's HTML and CSS, not a lot of JavaScript. Probably the more advanced ones might have like actual JavaScript interaction on the page. But, yeah, you know. Buy 2, get 1 free? I'll have to think of, like, that's the tricky part about like solving problems like this is like you need to understand the problem statement, and I don't understand the problem statement yet. Oh, don't listen to me. You don't have to change your name. I just I think it's really funny that for the longest time I if you remember the stream, I was like looking at your name and I was like, it's old school crapper, not old school rapper. Oh, nice, Alka. Glad to hear it. 1,000 honor. What do I have? 2,000? Is that my honor? Have I seen a practical use for COBOL in my area of expertise? I specifically have not worked with mainframes. I've worked at a company that had mainframes, but I wasn't doing that work myself. And typically, COBOL is for work in mainframes, like IBM mainframes and stuff like that. That's the practical, I guess I don't have to put it in quotes. That's the practical use, is programming for mainframes, which a lot of older companies or big companies are still using these days. So, yeah. Oh, so front-end mentor, you get feedback from other developers? That's pretty cool. Yeah, and this is another good resource. If you're looking for things on, like, what do I build if I just want to practice? This is full of like beginner level, intermediate, and advanced projects. And if you look at any one of them, it also has user stories, features, links, and resources for how to get that thing going. But we've talked about it multiple times today. Just build things. And ultimately, it doesn't matter what you build, because early on in your career, a lot of that stuff is just going to get thrown away. Like, you got to practice at it to get better at it. So just pick a thing. You might have analysis paralysis, like, oh, what's my first project going to be? Does it have to be like the coolest app ever? No, you just need to practice because the code you write in that app is going to be bad. It's not going to be good, especially if you're a beginner. And so you need to practice so that you can write it better. So just pick a thing, because you're going to have to throw it away anyways. The term we used to use at the coding school that I worked at was build and burn. Like, build a thing and then just scrap it and try to rebuild it, because you're gonna learn more even the second time you approach it. You finished the Connect 4 one yesterday? Let's look at it. Is this your solution? Oh, look, this does have testing, or accessibility testing. That's super interesting. I've never used the website. I just know it's at least a good source of, like, project ideas, but maybe I'll have to do some of these challenges one day. Glad to hear it, Coffee Nomad. Yeah, 100 devs is sweet. It's sweet. Actually, I don't know. I mean, you can tell me. I haven't seen Learn with Leon stream in a while. Maybe you're on a break or something like that, but that's where you can learn from 100 devs. Is there any websites like that for C++? I mean, the only thing I can think of is like Code Wars. Like, technically on Code Wars, you can actually filter by like C++. The thing is, these aren't projects, right? These are programming problems. Like, let's do even or odd in C++. Oh man, can I do it? Number... C++ has the modulus operator. So create a function that returns an integer as an argument, that takes an integer as an argument and returns even for even numbers or odd for odd numbers. Do we have ternaries in C++? Dang. Oh, it's not JavaScript. You don't need triple equals. Double equals. Look at that. I'm a C++ programmer. Code Wars has little problems like this, but you're probably asking, like, is there a website that has projects for C++? Not that I know of, because I mean, the kinds of things you build with C++ are like, I don't know, embedded systems, or like, I guess you could build like native desktop apps with C++. That kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah, what a JavaScript app. So yeah, I don't have a good resource for you, Flying Waffle. And Ray2R, hey, welcome in. Welcome in. Thoughts on Astro? It's good. It's good. Now, there are sites that should be built with Astro and sites that shouldn't be built with Astro. But for the sites that should be built with Astro, it's from what I've seen, it's the best option for that kind of thing. When will COBOL be discontinued? Never. And the thing is, like, you could talk about how, like, I mean, actually, I don't even know. So, one of the things about, like, programming languages, like JavaScript or TypeScript, is that they are living languages. They're constantly being evolved. New features are being added to them. Also, like C#, Java, like every year pretty much, there's a new release of that language that like adds new features and different stuff like that. COBOL, is it a living language? I don't know. Like, it has a specification, but it's possible that there hasn't been a new issuing of that specification since like maybe the 90s. 1997... object-oriented COBOL. Look at that. COBOL's coming up in the world. 2014. COBOL 2014 includes the following changes. So, I mean, this technically was 8 years ago, but COBOL, the language itself, was still getting new features in 2014. So to call a language, or like a discontinued language would mean that like it's not really getting any new features. And then on top of like getting new features, it's still being used places, and it's being used in mainframes that it's going to be hard to replace. Like, they might eventually get replaced, but they're going to be around for a while. So yeah. I don't know, Crystal. Let's look at it though. I've heard of it. General purpose object oriented. First glance, it looks like Python. Looks like Python. Cool. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Pro not grimmer. I get it. Because you're not a programmer, you're a pro not gamer. I need help with venturing out to a new programming language, and I'm still stuck with Python. What language would you recommend? It depends on what you're trying to do. Are you trying to find a job? Do you just not like Python and you want to find something else? What are the reasons you don't like Python? And we could potentially give you a recommendation based on what you don't like about Python. Or if you're trying to find a job and you can't find a job in Python, honestly, the answer is JavaScript. JavaScript and TypeScript. That's what I would recommend. Especially like if you haven't done like web dev before. Try it out. Try it out. Yeah, Advent of Code is cool for problems too. Yeah. Dev says, sometimes I know how to build things, but I don't know if my solution is the best practice, and that blocks me. Yeah, it can be tricky. It's like, you have to think about, what are you writing the thing for? Like, is it for a mission-critical system that people could potentially die if you don't get the code right? And the answer is probably not. So it probably doesn't hurt to write the best code that you can, and then come back later and like try to improve it. But yeah, I get that. It's like, it can be so hard to get over the mental block of like, I don't know if this is the best way. Honestly, if it works, it's the best way. But not really. Obviously, it could be more performant or whatever else, but there's a lot of trade-offs. End of the cohort. Okay. Let's see. How do I say your name? Awa? Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, Stoney's there. Did you recommend me, Stoney? Welcome in. Yeah, shouts out to Ow. Tell me how to say your name. Ow? Ow. You were working on Figma, OBS, and design. Nice. Nice. AOA. That makes sense. Welcome in, Raiders. Right now, I'm about 4 minutes behind on chat. And then I'll probably answer a couple more questions that anybody has, and then I'm going to get out of here. I've been live for almost 4 hours, but thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Let's get a real shout out for you. AOA. Iowa. Thoughts on Lisp? We talked about it earlier. It's weird. I've never used it, but it looks weird because everything there's a whole lot of it's a Lisp. There's a whole lot of parentheses. Oh, this is not Lisp programming language. This is an impairment in which a person talks with a Lisp, like that. If we want to see the programming language, we need to go here. Yes. And it looks like this. It's just a bunch of parentheses. And I don't even know what this code is doing. This code is so different from the code that I write on a daily basis. I have no idea what it's doing. I would have to look into and figure all of this stuff out. Mr. TJ, thank you for the 8 months. Any recommended places to learn C# web dev? Probably C# Fritz. He does a lot of Blazor. So Blazor is a .NET thing with C# to create full stack websites. And he does a lot of that development over there. So you can definitely check him out. I don't know of any good like recent resources. Really, if you search on YouTube for .NET JSON API, you might find some stuff. Like the .NET Core Web API is a way of building web APIs in a similar way to like how we do things with like Express. But then there's also ASP.NET, which is more of a server-rendered kind of like backend framework. You could go one of two routes. I actually don't know what the trend is in the .NET ecosystem, if it's build JSON APIs versus build ASP.NET MVC versus do things with Blazor. It's probably moving toward Blazor, but yeah, I don't know. When am I testing Alpine? I don't know. Honestly, wouldn't it not, like, isn't it? Look, I can test it right now. New React beta docs. How good are they? I have no idea. I've only perused them. I will say that I think it's, at first glance, they're miles better than the current docs. Like, if the beta React docs are how you need to learn React, great. I will say that it could potentially benefit from some instructional design in terms of like scaffolding and like when you introduce certain concepts, but everyone's going to have different opinions about that. That's probably one of the main things that I don't agree with, is how they scaffold and how they introduce all the concepts you need to know about React and in what order. That's probably the only critique I have of it. But it seems fine. If it's going to be, if that's how you're going to learn React, great. Great. Okay, Alpine is a framework where everything is, you use HTML attributes for everything. So if I spin up a light server, which is just like an HTML or auto-refreshing dev server, Denny, or no, Stony, thank you for the gift. Much appreciated. Look at this. We have an interactive web page without a single line of JavaScript. So that's cool. Let's see what else we can do. I've heard of the Cherno, yeah. I think you can do HTTP requests too. Yeah, like this. This is really weird. I don't know if I'd ever use it. Honestly, if I wanted to do something where I didn't need like a full-fledged framework like React and I just wanted to use a script tag, I would just use Vue, because you can do a similar thing with Vue.js. But let's look at this example. So we have a way of getting some data. So like, let's make a request to like the Reddit API. Honestly, Cores breaks this a lot of times. So I think if we do www.json. Okay, so we want to make a request to that data. We want to await it. And then I want to do something with it. What do I do? Oh, set the inner HTML of an element. I see. So this is literally just going to embed that in the page. Let's see. Is it making the request? It's not even making the request. Actually, I don't know how we would get this to work. Yeah, I don't know. Jam says, I built a blockchain using C++, but that was back during my postgraduate degree. That's as far as I got with that language, yeah. COBOL is the same as Excel for Banks, yeah. It's probably never going to go away. A living dead language? Yeah, I don't know. We're pretty behind on chat at this point. What do I get news about new frameworks, technologies, and patterns? From myself. It's just a joke. But I've been starting this new series where I do like news every week. And I definitely will be covering newer stuff in the JavaScript ecosystem. But specifically, if you look at my repo where I'm keeping all the links, on the homepage, I have my news sources. So I get a lot of news from Reddit, Hacker News, also YouTube. So these two repos have hundreds of YouTube channels that are like developer focused and in various programming languages. So I'm subscribed to a bunch of those. There's bestofjs.org, which highlights JavaScript projects on GitHub based on the number of stars. So you can see like Zod has gotten 123 stars today. And the reason is there's been some YouTube videos about it. So that's probably why it's rising. And then there's the JavaScript Weekly newsletter. You can get this in your inbox. But you can also like read the issues online. And then TLDR.tech isn't JavaScript focused, but they have, like, we can, for example, look at today's news. I did that wrong. Yeah, and so these are all the news articles from today. Sometimes they'll have like web dev and JavaScript. A lot of it's just like greater ecosystem stuff, but check out this section. Yeah, there you go. That's the link. Thank you. Down at the bottom is all. And then this is a subreddit, multi-Reddit that I made. So this is 98 different subreddits across multiple technical stuff. So you've got Agile, C programming, DevOps, functional programming. I basically went through and found a bunch of subreddits. And then if you go here, this is one thread of all of those subreddits. So that's another option too. Basically, just find stuff. I don't have a good answer for you. Pretty much every Sunday now, we've been going through all of the latest news and like picking out stuff that I want to talk about on my YouTube channel. But yeah. And thanks for that raid, AOA. Appreciate you. Nice, Ryan. Glad to hear that you didn't have to scrap it, that you got it working. This is software development. We try our best, we debug, eventually we get it working. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. No, I'm pretty much always behind on chat. Especially, so once I start answering questions from the chat instead of answering from over here, I get really derailed. But we have a lot of beginners hanging out today, so I just wanted to give them the attention they deserve and try to answer their questions, you know. Yeah, Lisp is definitely the roots of functional programming. First class taught me Lisp, and I switched to a psych major. Yeah, it's not an easy introduction to programming. Yeah, but, you know, it's a thing. Yeah, so I guess I didn't mention that earlier for, like, C# and .NET learning. MSDN, Microsoft Developer Network, their documentation is really good. Like, .NET and C# it's one of their products, so they actually hire really good people to write really good articles. So a lot of what you need to know, you can actually just find there. I mean, a while back, I did some videos on .NET C#, and you can watch the video. Like actually, so this is me setting up .NET 5. We're at .NET 6 now, so even this was outdated. But .NET 5, building a CRUD app with Microsoft SQL, Entity Framework, and Swagger. But if you look at my GitHub repo, it's just a bunch of links to the Microsoft documentation. And basically, that's how I learned. Like, I wrote .NET a long time ago, but it had been probably like 4 or 5 years since I had written it. And so to learn it, I just went to the docs. So if you look at the README, that's basically how I figured out how to... Are we .NET 7 now? Oh, man. I mean, progress is good, but also that repo... Like, don't look at the code in that repo. Click the links, because the links will have more updated code. Yeah. Oh, nice, Denny. Yeah, I hope that you become better than me. Like, try your best. Like, get out there. Yeah. Any good places for Unity programming? I don't know. I here on Twitch, there's Lana Lux. She might even be live right now. Is this how you spell her name? It is, yeah. She does a lot of Unity stuff. She also does things outside of programming, like model design and like game development planning and coming up with like dialogue. She does all like literally her title. This is game dev, but she works in Unity a lot, so you can probably learn some stuff over there. Yeah. I thought the choices were Razor versus Blazor. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not plugged into that ecosystem. Hey, what's up, TerraWattHour? You're still here, or at least you came back. Appreciate you. I didn't plan on going, but View Nation is happening next week? This week? Next week. This week. It's happening on the 26th. It's this week. Well, no, next Thursday. Next Wednesday and Thursday, View Nation is happening. This is a free to attend online conference. I'll be there online. Yeah, I don't really have any plans to go to any conferences this year. My theme is it's called Just Black, I think. Yeah, Just Black. And then I have some modifications. If you look in my VS Code settings, I change a few of the things. Looks like Angular. Well, it's... All right, at this point, we're talking about Alpine. What page did I talk about for learning React? The React. So if you go to beta.reactjs.org, it's not out of beta yet, but they've been working hard to modernize the React documentation. Oh, you're right. I would need Axios. Okay. Yeah, so for this, it says axios.get. But the thing is, in the DevTools, I'm not even getting an error that, like, Axios is not defined or anything. I have to look. I mean, is this all the documentation they have? Let's see. Xdata. Chunk of HTML. Scope. Methods. Getters. Excuse me. I don't know. I'd have to look at their stuff more. But my opinion, my first opinions on Alpine is if I wanted to do the same thing, I probably would just use Vue.js because Vue actually can just be added directly to a page. You don't need a build process. You don't need the CLI tool or anything. Like, obviously, if you're building a larger app, you want to start that way. But look at me. I can take Vue, I can add it to the page, and then here, let's say I actually did want to make a request out to... I guess probably if I used fetch, maybe that would work. I don't know, but let's build this same thing with Vue. No build tools. Literally just add Vue. We'll have a div. We'll give it ID app. And then let's say we have a div, and we want to repeat it for every post in our posts array because we're going to make an API request to get all the posts. And then for every post, we just want to show the title. So we'll do like post.title. So that's my template. And then I need a script. And I need to make a Vue app. So I do, is it just like Vue.create app? Let's see if this works. Let's see if I get any errors in the console. No errors. So now that I have an app, I want to tell it where it lives. In this case, I want to mount it on the app element, like this. And then now you can see that the posts go away, but now it's complaining about because, hey, you don't have any posts, so we need some data. So now in my Vue app, I can add like a little data property. That's a function that returns. I think it could be a function, but let's say now I have posts, and that's a little array like that. Okay, no errors. But now if I add an object that has a title property like hello world, it's going to iterate over that and show it in the page. Nice. Nice. Now I can listen for, well, not listen for, like basically when the app is mounted, do a thing. And in this case, I want to make an API request. So we do this, but we make it a fetch. Will this work? Let's see. Oh wait, response.json. JSON is that. Do we get data back? We do. Look at that. And so now if I actually want to show it on the page, then we just do this dot posts is going to be JSON dot data dot children dot map. We get each child, and we want to grab each data property from each child. Yeah, and then that should have a title property, so I do that. And then, boom, we get all of the posts from Reddit. So if I wanted to build something without a CLI tool, I would just use Vue, right? You add it, you can use it. Easy. 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 Welcome in, Stretcheriz. Glad to have you. I have not tried the ChatGPT VS Code extension. See you later, AOA. Glad. Thanks for the raid, Jink. Thanks for dropping in. I'm a little intimidated, not gonna lie. Hey, no worries. No worries. Just keep searching. Try your best. You'll do fine. How would you suggest I learn React? The same way I talked about learning stuff earlier. Just find resources. There's 1,000,001 React tutorials on YouTube. There's the beta React docs. There's paid courses. I think, does the Odin project cover React? Let's see. ES6. They do. Yeah, they have an entire stuff on React. But so the one thing to be careful with when you're, not even be careful, you don't have to be careful. Just learn, build stuff, doesn't matter. These days, the modern way to build React apps is with hooks, what are known as hooks. So you might come across some tutorials that use class components, but if you watch that tutorial, if you build apps that way, it's not the end of the world. You're still learning the basic concepts, but let's see how they do it. Yeah, so anytime you see this word component, that's like the old way of doing React. But it's not the end of the world. You can still everything you learn about this, you'll have to learn how to do hooks as well, which is slightly different. They might also cover hooks. Maybe they don't. Lifecycle methods? Yeah, they don't cover hooks, so they're probably working on updating this, but I don't know. I have some older tutorials on React too. There's a whole playlist on React. This one was a live stream where I just answered a bunch of questions people had about React and stuff, and talked about hooks. I talked about the old way and the new way. You could watch that too. Get news from me. I need to become better than Stony. How do I start coding? Where do I click? I mean, if you want to start coding, click on this link. That's going to be the first step. Actually, the first step in your journey was just clicking on this stream. Your second step is to click that link, and then after that, the world is yours. Just find resources anywhere and everywhere. Do the thing. I haven't seen Last of Us, no. I started watching Chernobyl. I think I only got like 3 episodes in. Thanks for the suggestions. Yeah, I've been looking for new shows to watch. Honestly, I just need to finish Chernobyl. Appreciate it, TerraWatt. Wait, is Last of Us like a zombie thing? I'm thinking of The Walking Dead. I watched for a while, but I don't watch it anymore. What is Last of Us? Oh, is it a TV series based on the game? The Last of Us. Or is the game based on the TV series? Yeah. What's up, JMSWRNR? Have you been streaming? I feel your name looks so familiar. I feel like we rated you a long time ago. Have you streamed recently? I guess I'm not even following you. Oh well, what's up? Welcome in. Glad to have you. Oh, thank you, Limotes. It's like a 70-30 split. 70% of people like the profile picture. 30% don't. Honestly, it's probably like 80-20 at this point. I've gotten more compliments about the picture than not. Yeah. Stretcher is, I mean, I don't know if you were here when we were talking about different things to build, but there's this app ideas repo from Floor and Pop. Just pick one. Just pick an app idea and build it. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter if you're going to like it or not. You need practice building, so just pick one. And then Frontend Mentor has a lot of projects that you could pick from. So like, yeah, if we view the challenges, we sort by free, we take a break. And we say newbie. Here's some things, just go build it. And then also, what did I want to say? Oh yeah, what we talked about West Boss earlier. He actually I think his course is free. It's called JavaScript 30. Yeah, so this is a completely free course that has 30 different projects you can do to practice building. But it comes back to the thing that I was talking about earlier, is like, just build stuff. Doesn't matter what you build, you need practice. So that's another good resource. But yeah, used to stream. It's rare. Nice. Yeah, Yeah, full-time gigs, they're full-time. They take up all your time. I was streaming in my spare time a while back. Now this is all I do, and I'm living off savings. Honestly, so that's the thing, right? If I want to be able to do this full-time, and I don't want to do the traditional content creator YouTube thing, kind of the only way I'm going to make money is by launching a course. So that's probably what I'm going to do. Some people might not like it. Some people might. And a lot of people have said, even if they don't need the course, they're still going to buy it to support me, because a lot of this is just about supporting a particular creator, a particular person. All those icons are from Enhancer for YouTube. This is an extension. There's Chrome. Actually, yeah, this is the original guy. You can find whatever browser you use. Enhancer for YouTube, and you can do all kinds of things. It has like a screenshot button. You can control the speed. I have settings, so you might have noticed this. Like if I go directly to a YouTube, not if I click on it, but if I go directly to a YouTube video, it disables autoplay. So I like this because I don't like my browser to automatically just have sound. Also, with Firefox, I have autoplay disabled for YouTube, so maybe it's a combination of both. But you can disable autoplay, and the other thing I like is you can convert shorts. I don't know if I have the setting on. Let's see. So if I look at a short like this one, like Nutru, look at that. So you'll notice that it didn't launch the short player. It actually took me to the YouTube page, and I like that because I don't know. I guess I'm stuck in my old ways. But the new, like the short player is like it repeats. I guess you can pause it. I don't know if you can control the volume. I like the traditional experience. Also, I disable autoplay because I don't want to get sucked in. So I have autoplay off, and then I can like watch shorts without autoplay. All of that are settings inside of Enhancer for YouTube. So, thank you, Ryan. Wikipedia's new design. Is that what's happening? Is that what I'm seeing? Because I used to have a specific style. Yeah, but I have it turned off. I don't know. The fact that the sidebar is automatically hiding is a beautiful thing. CF Steen, thank you for the Prime sub. Are you new here? You are. Welcome in. Glad to have you. They should have added this years ago, like the collapsible side menu. That's awesome. Do they have a new font? I don't know. Collapsible side menu, A+. A+. Yeah, there's an underscore. Cool. Why would I use generators in Python? I'm not familiar enough with Python. If they're the same thing as in JavaScript, then ultimately you can create a function that can pause execution, and then you can later unpause that execution. And you can create a function that could potentially return multiple values depending on when it was invoked. At least that's a generator in JavaScript. I don't know if it's the same thing in Python. How do I like to pass errors up? In Java, I've been throwing exceptions rather than returning null. Yeah, I think this is a what do you call it? Yeah, just like an error handling pattern. So like in Java and in C#, you have what is it called? The inner exception. So if you throw the exception, the place where you catch the exception will have all of the inner exceptions, so you can see like how that error originated. In JavaScript, we now have error cause, which is a similar thing. In general, I like using the error handling feature of a language rather than just like swallowing errors, because like the other thing about it is debugging, right? So like with inner exception and like error cause, you actually get a stack trace of where the error came from, and so it's a bit easier to debug. But I don't know. And thank you, JMSWRNR. I don't know what your name is, but James Warner. James, thank you, James. I love the idea of people creating paid courses. It's a great way to share knowledge in a premium format and allow others to support you financially. I think that's the main thing. Is people want to support me, I need to give them a way to do it. And I mean, a lot of people want to support by getting some direct value back, right? Like if you sub on Twitch, it's hard to describe the value that you're getting, right? I mean, you're honest, like you can hang out here for free and still hear all of this stuff that I'm saying. Some people just prefer to support me, like gifted subs and like subbing in general. But it takes a certain kind of person to do that, because you're not getting any direct value from it. Whereas if I have an actual product, you are getting direct value, so you might be more likely to pay for that than to like pay for a Twitch sub or something like that. So yeah. Right, we're 15 minutes behind on chat. I think we'll get there. Here's the thing, TerraWatt. I mean, I get it. Okay, so I was going to say, like, do you remember what it's like to be a complete and total beginner? But you have to even think about, what was it like to be a complete and total beginner before you were a complete and total beginner? Like, what do you remember what it was like before you realized that you could actually figure things out on your own, before you realized that you could Google? But the thing is, not everyone has grown up that way. Not everyone like I too grew up in a way, not grew up, but it's just like, it was my the way I went about the world was like, I was curious and I wanted to figure stuff out. So like, even before like the internet and Google, it was go to the library, find some books, do your own research, like find experts, talk to them, like basically do everything I can to find the information that I can. Not everyone is used to that. So I like to assume positive intent. When someone asks an easily Googleable question, they're a person that, like, they haven't made it there in their journey yet. Like, they haven't realized that that's how even I solve problems, is by Googling. But I get it. After a while, it can get pretty annoying. But I think a lot of it has to do with patience, especially when you're dealing with beginners and people that don't have that background. Is like, you need to be the one to tell them, hey, it's okay to just figure it out. I mean, yeah, and I think, like, honestly, this is the programmer way, or like the software developer way. You try to figure it out yourself, and then if you can't, you seek help. Like, this is literally our jobs, but not everyone is used to doing that, especially people new to the field. So I don't know. That's why I'm more open to answering Googleable questions, and also just like Googling it for the person. Like earlier when somebody asked, like, I mean, I basically modeled it. I think I got rid of the question. Somebody asked, how would you create like a flow chart on a website? I didn't have an answer, so I started just searching. And then the thing that I searched for was like the one term that they hadn't been putting in, and that got them closer. But they still were Googling it. I don't know. Not my school, my parents did that. Yeah, I think honestly the same thing with like my parents. Like, I was always a very curious kid, and my dad always like satisfied that curiosity. Like, if I asked a question, he didn't dismiss it. Like, he would help me answer it. We also used to have like printed encyclopedias, and I used to spend time just looking stuff up in encyclopedias. I remember there was a door-to-door salesman that actually sold my dad on a complete set of encyclopedias. Honest, like, I'm glad he did, but these days, like, you would never do that. All that information is on like Wikipedia and stuff like that. I also used to have Microsoft Encarta, which was like on a CD, and that was basically like a interactive encyclopedia on a computer. I don't know, but I've always been curious, and I think that's why I'm a good programmer, is because I just have that drive in me to like figure things out. And yeah, I remember Encarta. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Can someone help me with Kubernetes? I don't know much about that kind of stuff. Anybody know of a Twitch streamer that does like Docker, Kubernetes? Actually, the AltF4 stream, I think it has the word "the" in it. That's the wrong one. Don't click that. Don't click that. That's it. Check them out. They do DevOps. I haven't specifically seen them work with Kubernetes, but I think they do. Encyclopedia Britannica, yeah. I had a 15-year-old encyclopedia when I was a kid, so they were already old when we got it. Yeah, that's the funny thing, is like, you pay for the printed version, but they release like a new one every single year, so like immediately it's out of date. But this was before Wikipedia, and stuff like that, so. New personal best? I don't know, I specifically set out today, I was like, I'm going to do my best to answer everything in chat that I can, and here we are. We're 4 hours and 47 minutes in. Yeah. I see. Thank you, Stony Eagle. Thank you for the sub. I cannot make myself watch someone do Docker Live. Listen, there's something for everyone, right? I mean, honestly, There's like Kubernetes documentation you could probably read. Yeah, look at that. They have learn the base. Look at that. You don't need to honestly go watch the auth4 stream. It's a good stream, but you don't need that. You could go learn from the docs. There's probably some good YouTube stuff on it as well. Yeah. Oh, okay, so I didn't find it earlier, but what Rambo is saying is on the Odin project, you build it with class components and then refactor it into hook-based components. That actually is awesome, because the thing about React is you might get hired at a company that started building their app 2 years ago in React. And 2 years ago, hooks, I don't know, however many years ago, hooks were not a thing. And so everyone was doing class-based components. And people aren't just going to scrap their app because it's using the component thing. So it's good to know about both, because you might work at a company that does it the old way. Hooks was under my mouse. I missed it. Glad to hear it, James. Yeah. I mean, so at my last job, the first app I was working on was mostly class-based components. And then the second React app, I bootstrapped it myself, so we did not have a single class component. And then every app we built after that, not a single class component. Everything was hooks. Yeah, I haven't heard of that course. Yeah. TV series based game. Okay. TV series based. That's interesting. I guess you don't really see that as often, where the TV series comes after the game, but that's cool. Yeah, Westboss is killing the YouTube short game right now. And I say killing it in multiple ways. Like, for one, it's entertaining. For two, it's useful. Like, yeah, the kinds of things that pop up, I think it's like he's kind of translating the stuff that he did on Twitter for the longest time, where he would just make a tweet about like a useful snippet or a useful feature, and it gets a ton of traction because people haven't seen that before. But like this, I didn't learn anything new, but it is a 1 minute and 30-second digestible format, learning about like a type as const, template literal types, all this kind of stuff that he covers in 1 minute and 30. And now it's not like this is the last video you're going to watch on that. A lot of this is he's exposing you to this concept that you might not have seen before. And so after this 1 minute and 30 video, you can go to the TypeScript docs, learn more about it. I don't know. Westboss is killing it. He's killing it. What's up, the artifacts? Welcome in. Hey, welcome in, Krell. I'm a front-end developer. I built some projects and I have some experience with a startup. Question is kind of dumb. What do you think is the best step, learning more or jumping into another company? It depends. Like, depending on the current company that you're at, if you see yourself being there for like several more years, you might just become the expert at that company, right? Like, yeah, become not only like an expert in the tech, become a domain expert. So if it's a banking app, become an expert in banking. If it's a video delivery based website, become an expert in video delivery and like video concepts. Basically, become an expert in that specific field, and then get really good at the tech stack that you're using as well. But if you don't see yourself working there in a few years, then you might start to, in your spare time, learn new things and also like research jobs to see what they're hiring for and potentially try to learn the things that those jobs are hiring for. But I don't know. You asked this 10 minutes ago. I don't even know if you're still here. Yeah. In Java, it's possible to catch all exceptions in the central place and handle them uniformly. Yeah, you can do the same thing in Node.js, like especially like a Node.js Express app is what I'm thinking of. I guess obviously like with front end, you can have like error boundaries and stuff like that. But yeah, this is my preferred way to code things because centralized error management is more reusable. It scales more. I don't know. It's good. Never heard of SurrealDB. How am I with Mongoose and MongoDB? Fine. Fine. Using schema methods on Mongoose models or passing the Mongo document to a class and adding functions to the class instead. I don't have an opinion on this. I haven't written enough Mongoose to say. Whatever works for you is my answer. Obviously, that's not a good answer. Discord locked your computer? Dang. Yeah. When I was learning to code, Google didn't exist. Google did exist when I was learning. Yeah. Thank you, Mark Boots. Let's check it out. Transparent SVGs. The thing is, like, I actually have the source code for these as SVGs. I just exported them to a specific image size. I don't even know why I did that. It probably would be better to have SVGs. Can I just look at the source code of this? These are PNGs, aren't they? Oh no, it is an SVG. Wow. Look at that. Did you, like, convert these to vector graphics? What did you do, Mark? Or, you're learning Figma, so it was good practice. But are these embedded images or are these embedded vectors? But thank you. I'll have to update it. Honestly, it'll make the initial page load smaller because SVGs are going to be smaller than these images. They're all vectors. Cool. Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of beginners struggle with, which is why when we see something as easily Googleable, they don't because they don't know how to form the question. So that's another thing to think about. Yeah. Copy the whole code, yeah. But that's the thing is, like, the more you do it, the better you get at it. The more you realize that, oh, I need to Google this part of the error message that isn't specific to my code or my file names because that's what's going to show up in the actual search results. I don't know. Yeah, everyone had Encarta. That's nice. I had 15. Yeah. I think we read that earlier. Oh, that's weird, Pablo. I haven't heard that. Reading docs is one of my hobbies. Honestly, it's not a bad hobby to have because you get better at it. Just use nerd fonts for the icons. Well, it's more than just social stuff. So we have, like, this would need to be custom because that's my custom logo for the Coding Garden archive. I mean, if they have things like calendars, that could work. I don't know. The site is fine. I'm going to replace it with SVGs because that makes sense. But is it nerd fonts? Yeah, nerd fonts, cool. Yeah, no worries, Astro Singularity. It's got to be somebody, right? Honestly, that's my selling point. That's why people tune in. Is honestly, you could think of it as bad, right? You could think of it as, all right, here's this guy who's just making it so easy for everybody, and they're not putting the work in, and basically I'm modeling that you can just go ask a Twitch streamer and you'll get the answer. That's not what I'm modeling. Honestly, if you see me answer questions, I try to model my process in answering the questions. I don't know. Thank you, Pablo. How would I approach a big data project that will have users using that data? What to consider and how to minimize the cost of data retrieval? I don't have the experience to talk about this. Yeah, I mean, I've been exposed to things like Hadoop, which is like big data databases, Apache Hadoop, but I haven't used them or worked with them or configured them. Well, no, is this even what I'm thinking of? Large data sets across clusters of computers? Yeah, I don't know. That's beyond my area of expertise. See you later, TypeScript tea time. Have a good one. Actually, did we get a shout out? You've been streaming lately, huh? We got rated the other day. I didn't even know they streamed. Definitely check them out. How often do I switch jobs? Not often. I've had 3 jobs in my career. In my 11-ish year career, I've had 3 jobs. Is that often? I don't know. Now I just work for me. Wait. Oh, I see what you're saying, TerraWatt. So in next 13, yeah, no worries. TypeScript tea time. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. In next 13, things are broken in such a way that you have to expect that the errors are going to happen. Is that what you're saying? Oh, you're true. Yeah, The Witcher. I watched The Witcher. The Witcher was really good, but that's a TV show based on a game. Yeah. No, that's what's happening, isn't it, Oscar? I mean, I'm trying to keep an eye over here to see the responses to the stuff, but I don't know. We're almost caught up. Only 1% of programmers can solve this problem. I should start making videos like that. Oh, you're still here? Hopefully that was useful, Krell. I have to build a web app for tech questions where no matter the question, the answer is, it depends. I mean, if you watch me long enough, you'll see that's my... Honestly, a lot of people have said that's the sign of experience, is the answer is, it depends, not just a direct answer. Yeah. What do I think about monadic error handling? This is another thing I have no experience in. But monads are a functional programming concept. Let's look it up. Monadic error handling. I actually can't even describe what a monad is. So, yeah. Error handling. Monad error... Wait, is this a library? Error handling in Scala. So is Scala a functional programming language? Object-oriented and functional. Show me the code. Wait, I was like, is that the code? That's not the code. Show me the code. Oh, well. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, aspartame. Monadic error handlers. It's pronounced Scala? No way. Is it? I've been saying Scala for years. How to store large chunks of data in the blockchain and still have top performance on read-write speeds. Is that even possible? Probably not. I think at that point you're using IPFS, the Internet Planetary File System. Is that even a thing? Well, is this based on blockchain? I don't know. You're getting into areas that I know nothing about. I guess this is like distributed file storage across multiple hosts, not necessarily the blockchain, but maybe they use the blockchain for like file validation. I don't know, Gamble Dev. Don't know what you're doing. Yeah, and thank you, Yippee. Thanks for hanging out. I see what you're saying, TerraWatt. Yeah, some of the questions over here, like, potentially easily Googleable. I think you also have to think about people want to hear what I have to say about it. I don't know. Scala. I could see that. Because it's a long A, like vowel, consonant, vowel. Yeah. I mean, if you tuned into the last Friday one, it's fine. It's fine so far. We actually haven't touched SvelteKit. So last week, so this is a thing I'm going to try to do every Friday, is create a summary of the Friday project. Because I stream for like 3-4 hours, and I was basically able to condense that 3 or 4 hours into a 10-minute summary. And I'm going to try to do that every Friday. So that's the summary of this past Friday. We set up Docker, Postgres, Prisma. We designed the database. That was about it. But we haven't worked with SvelteKit yet. And this tomorrow, I think it's just going to be like wireframing. Probably not even that much code. That's the plan anyways. Limo says, I haven't heard the word Hadoop in 2 lifetimes. Yeah, I don't know. I'm out of touch. Welcome in, Darren. Glad to have you. Any tips on making Python act like a statically typed language? No, I haven't used much Python to know that. Yeah. No, I appreciate you, JamesJuko. Thanks for dropping in. They listened to a podcast where the speaker tried to go an hour without saying, it depends. I don't like that exercise because I say it depends all the time. It's like, of course, you need to have specific answers for some things, but certain conversations lend themselves to answers of it depends. And then you talk about the pros and the cons of various solutions or approaches. I don't know. Switch tabs for 1 second. Today's been a fun stream, though. We talked about Scala, we talked about COBOL, Haskell, Lisp, all of these like random stuffs. Most of the time, it's a whole lot of like JavaScript and web dev. We didn't dive into them, but it's fun to bring up. Yeah. Okay. Do I use any PKM? Pokemon? Package managers? What is PKM? Machine guns? What are you talking about, aspartame? Yeah, we're going to use Figma. That's my plan anyways. I watched a streamer try and not say for an entire YouTube clip. And here's the thing. So, yeah, if you were here for that, it's so funny how, like, your mind blocks it out. So it was this one. So this was done in a single take. I think I said the word like 2 or 3 times, but I said like 100 times. But when I was recording it, like, I didn't realize that I was saying Honestly, I shouldn't bring attention to it because most people don't even care. But that is one thing I'm trying to fix. Is I don't want to say I don't want to say but it's gonna take some practice. All right, I'm caught up. I'm caught up on chat. All right, let's answer just a few more questions for the people that are still here, and then I'll get out of here because I've been live for 5 hours. All right, Timon has a question. How much do you know about Sentry, and would you use it? So what I know about it is that it's like an error logging platform, right? Is that right? Let's see if I'm even right. Take action on broken lines of code, crashes, and busted API calls with the only developer-first app monitoring platform built to give you answers. Yeah, so it's like error monitoring. The thing that I've used in the past is LogRocket. I don't know if these two products are comparable, but one of the cool things about LogRocket was they have like a front-end library you could add to like a React app, and then you could actually watch user sessions. So if let's say a user had a specific bug, you could go back in time, see the specific time they were on the website, and actually see a video recording of them use the website, and see all the errors in the dev console, and you see all. I don't know what this blur is for. I don't know what's happening. The whole website is blurred. Their website is broken. Honestly, I don't know what the best solution is right now, but I just know that I have experience with LogRocket. And it was really nice because if a user was experiencing a bug, we could literally go back and we could see the errors that were in the console. There we go. It just took a second to load. And so that was really nice. I think Sentry gives you a similar platform and also like alerts on errors, right? So if an error happens in production, how do you know? Like, how do you know that it needs to be fixed, right? And so Sentry is going to give you something like that. I think LogRocket can do a similar thing where, like, when an error happens in production, like, let's say in your backend, it can send email alerts or push notifications or something like that. So, in general, for production apps, I think these tools like these make a lot of sense. I don't have any recent experience with them, so I don't have any opinions on like which ones should you use. Trusted by no one. But if I was building an app with a lot of users and I wanted to know, like, and I wanted to have insight into the errors that were happening, I would use a product like that. That is my answer. Cool. All right. I think this is going to be the last one that I answer. I don't know. Anybody else that had a question? Are you going to be really mad if I don't answer it? Exclamation mark here if there's something you just need my answer for. Oh, I don't know if you're here still here, Drills. But if the team you're going to be managing all uses Max, then it's trickier, right? Only if I'm feeling fancy. How would I write an NPM package that mainly does requests and needs to be able to run both on browser and Node? Look up isometric is that the right word? Isometric? Isomorphic. Isomorphic fetch. Isomorphic fetch is a library you can install that can figure out where it's running and if it should use the native fetch versus the the fetch built into. Well, actually, these days, if you're in a specific node environment, you have fetch. You have fetch. Yeah. Isomorphic. Let's look it up. Isomorphic fetch. Apparently, this was published 2 years ago. There's got to be a better one. Crossfetch? Isomorphic unfetch? I don't know. You'll have to do your research. Whoa. 3.6 million weekly downloads? Yeah, I guess that's the... I guess, honestly, how often does this thing actually need to be updated? Because it has two dependencies, node fetch and whatwg fetch. So node fetch lets you use fetch inside of node, and they probably have a way of just using the built-in one if it's there. And then whatwg fetch is a polyfill for fetch. So if you're in a web browser that doesn't have fetch, which is like impossible these days, then it would use the polyfill. I guess if you're supporting IE11, then maybe you still need it. But that would make sense that isomorphic fetch hasn't been updated because the two things that it swaps between are updated and maintained libraries. So that's, yeah, it has 5 million weekly downloads. This is probably the one you want. All right, last question from EK09, who says, "Hey CJ, with which tech stack would you take a modern hybrid app for mobile, web, and mobile? Thank you for your awesome content." It depends. So if you need to do really native things, what are really native things? Like, I don't know, like push notifications? If you need push notifications in your app, you're going to want a native app that you could use web technologies for, and I'll show you what I would suggest. What else? Anybody in the chat? Like, what are things you would need a native app for that you can't just do on the web? Thank you, Ludlard. I appreciate that. And I am Phantom. Check out this playlist. The first video tells you how to get started. The second video tells you some resources. So definitely check that out. But I mean, to answer your question, like, yeah, the thing is, like, have you ever heard of the Web Bluetooth API? That's a thing. You can literally, in web browsers, you can access the Bluetooth API. Probably not as... it is experimental. That's it. But, like, so if you look at capacitor.js... capacitor.js? I don't know, Oscar. Oh, yeah, the comments aren't up here. They're down here. So... file storage? Have you heard of the web file system API? Obviously, it's like it's not going to work for everything, and like this is like super locked down because you need to get permissions to use it. But you technically could do that. But let's say you don't want to use the web for that. You want to do it like natively and access the file system the way you would be able to do it in an iOS app or an Android app. You could use Capacitor. Let's say you're building a hybrid mobile app. So your code base is JavaScript, but it's running inside an app container. Then you have things access to like the file system, and this is essentially a wrapper around native code. So you write code that looks like this, like write a file, read a file, delete a file. You write code that looks like this, and the plugin will do the right native thing depending on where this code is running. So if this code is running on iOS, it's gonna do that natively. If it's running on Android, it'll do that natively. Yeah, Capacitor is kind of the modern replacement for Cordova. Pretty much anything you want to do with Cordova, or you wanted to do with Cordova, you can do with Capacitor now, and this is a more maintained project. There are some things that haven't been ported over yet that you might need Cordova for, but I would say if you can do it with Capacitor, do it with Capacitor. So basically, this is operating system agnostic code, and like it doesn't care if it's iOS or Android, and then it'll figure that out. Same thing with like geolocation. Like technically you can do geolocation in the browser, but if you want to do things like background location, so like you're keeping track of their location even when the app isn't in the foreground, you might need to use something like this. It has all of those things. Now somebody asked about Quasar. And Quasar uses Capacitor under the hood, but Quasar is more of a full-featured framework because you can generate an app. You can make it so that you target the web, so deploy it to like a website. You can target Electron, so you have a desktop app, and you can target to iOS and Android. So Quasar would give you a single code base that gives you native apps and web apps, and they basically have an API that could swap between like the browser's native stuff versus like the Capacitor native stuff as well. So some web browsers do support push notifications. I don't have a lot of experience with them. I don't know how reliable they are. I know that I don't think iOS supports them yet, or maybe they did. iOS web. Well, actually, there's a specification for it. So web push notifications. It's a thing. And Fanco, thank you for the Prime. You're new here. Thank you. Appreciate that. Web push notifications. Here it is. The web push API. So it's possible. If you look on Can I Use. Let's see. It's got partial support in Safari. Custom implementation, which remains available in later versions. Only available on macOS 13 and later, and only on Safari itself. So you got to be on the latest stuff, but you potentially could use the web push API in a website. I mean, if you think of a website I know of that does this is Google Calendar. You might have noticed if you go to calendar.google.com, it says allow this website to show notifications, and it can actually install a service worker that will give you a push notification even if you're not on calendar.google.com when there's like a specific event. And so that can happen directly in the browser. I don't know. My advice, I guess, to the person that asked the question is, Capacitor is kind of the way to go these days. If you want to do hybrid web, like let's say you have a plain old Vue app or a plain old React app and you want it to be native, this is the way to go. If you're writing it from scratch, you could look at something like NativeScript or even React Native. And these are different in that they're not a hybrid web app that has access to native features. The code that you write literally gets compiled into like native code. So it's a bit different. You get like more native support with like React Native and NativeScript, whereas these are literally your Android app or your iOS app is literally a web view that has your web app, and then it's using these APIs to do the native stuff. So these are some things to look into. How would I do it? It would depend on the app. I mean, most apps I think would be just fine as a hybrid mobile app, but again, it depends on like what you're trying to do. How native do you want to be? NativeScript has support for all of these front-end frameworks, but I will say React Native, like if you're going the native route rather than the hybrid route, React Native probably has the biggest ecosystem, and like Expo is like a really good thing for working with and debugging React apps. Like, stop leaving the chat. So this is a potential other thing. All right, I'm hungry. I'm tired. I'm gonna go. Yeah. What do I think about Codex? Don't know what it is. A visual IDE for React. Oh yeah, I saw somebody talk about it. Seems fine. Yeah, seems fine. I still write code. I feel like we might get to a point where you don't need to write any React code at all, but in order to debug the code that you visually drag and drop here, you still need to know how React works. So from a teaching perspective, I still need to be able to do React from scratch. I don't know. And see you later, Devor. Yeah, that you're hanging out. Lots of newbies today. Lots of new follows. Lots of first time chatters. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Let's see. Yeah, we look at all these first timers. This might be the most new people in a live stream in a long time, and I appreciate you all. Thank you for hanging out. All right, let me give you all the links before we go. I have a mailing list. If you want to get go live notifications, check that out. I've shown it a bunch of times today, but I have my YouTube. It helps if you sub, if you watch. I'd appreciate it. I have a Twitter. Check it out. And I have a Discord. So if you asked a question today and it didn't get answered, feel free to drop by the Discord. We have a help forum, and we'll try to get you some help. Yeah. What? Oh, yeah, what is this? I don't even know what this is. Oh, what? Yeah, okay, good call. Yeah, because people have talked a lot in talking about hybrid mobile apps or like React Native or whatever else. The idea of a progressive web app is a web app that can do all of that native-like stuff. And this website tells you which of those features is actually supported. So you may not need a native app. I actually don't know the answer to it though. That's funny, Ryan. All right, let's get out of here. Let's go on a raid. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. Yeah, thank you, Stony Eagle. Thanks for bringing that raid over. Copy it, practice it. Also, come up with your own raid message if you'd like to. And I don't know where we're going to go, but wherever we go, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. And yeah, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this. The music is buffering, sorry. How about this? There we go. All right, see you later, everybody.